Then backup mic 1 that's coming down, pair 3 of the field multi. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back it, right? 2. Backup mic 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 love. R1, R1. R2. Hello, 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 hello. 2, 2, 2. R3. Yes, hello. 3, 3, 3, 3. 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. 4. 5. Hello, 5. Hello, 5. 6. Hello, 6. Hello, 6. Hello, 6. Hello, 6. Lovely.
Are you hearing a noise? Because where the microphone is to the handle, apparently the screw underneath the, if you watch your camera, the screw underneath here probably slack. You're hearing it? You're hearing it? But this is this song a different, it's song different to this. Tell me the big difference. I'm shaking here, and now I'm going to just knock the microphone against the unit. Okay. Lip one, lip one, lip one. Could be this is the problem. I want to change the mic and we'll check it. Okay, what I've done, in as much as spare lip, don't have it, I'll put spare lip mic. So I'm gonna shift it. This seems to be alright. Alright, let me talk into lip 2 then. Lip 2, lip 2, lip 2, lip 2. Okay. Lip 1 now. Lip 1, lip 1, lip 1, lip 1, lip 1, lip 1. Spare lip, spare lip, spare lip, spare lip, spare lip, spare lip. Okay. All right. Discussion progress now. I found the switch that lock both the microphones on and off. So, you see if the thing Speaking on lazy one. One. I'm going to speak on lazy one. Walk boy real good. He could go behind them. But yeah. Um, um, no. One. Yo, let's have a little check, me and you. Hey, yeah. Right. See you, Emo. See you, Emo. See you, Emo. See you. See you. Just go around about last spot. I'm going back on our channel. Yeah, I realize that. Good afternoon. Lip one, lip one, lip one, lip one. Lip two, lip two, lip two. Spare lip, spare lip. One.
one ain't gonna work. That's why they put it in. Everybody said, I ain't checking him at all. We'll be here tonight. Then one left here. Yeah. Then one left here, go down. 14. If I think I sign up with, I feel like I know the last one. Then one of the other. And that's starting at 4:45 more. And I finish at 10 million. And then plan to see it down there. And then come work the next part. There's more traffic there. No, I don't traffic. No, that's why they want to stay. The traffic will come home. No, I don't bring it. That's why they want to stay. To avoid the traffic. Cooper said he got 13 in it. You know? I tell you. Because going in is hard. Keep on leading on. No, she knows she's taking some things for herself. Like the other day, the greatest she messaged, right? You gotta be careful here. No, Are talking on 4 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing. Nothing on PA. Nothing on PA. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing. Still on PA. Wha- 1, 2, 3, 4. Talking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Switching off R4.
Yeah. Ah, let's put that some nice.
for the PA check. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Ah, sounds good. Sounds good for, yes, lovely. Thank you.
the fast bowlers have dominated this tournament to date. The top 5 wicket takers have all been the faster men. What's the reason for that? Well, there are a couple of things in my summation as what will contribute to that. The first one is the grass. There's a nice covering of grass along the strip here and at a good length as well. So there is some lateral movement for the fast bowlers, and also there's that wind factor. It's an open eastern side, so the breeze comes across quite nicely. So they are able to use that to get some swing. Top 5 wicket takers, all fast bowlers. There is still a lot to be had here from this surface from a batting standpoint. I just think that the batters haven't really applied themselves well enough. The Pelicans got to 199 in a previous game. That's the highest score so far in this tournament. Both these teams with just a solitary win. This match could be a defining one for both of them.
start with how we're going to hold the mic. So for a lot of guys, you come here, that's not how to hold it. So basically, this is a very comfortable position in which you hold your microphone, and it allows your voice to, not be impeded by the mic as possible. From there, it's to basically forget that there's a camera in front of you. Just connect with the person that's doing the interview and imagine the conversation. You're sitting down in a classroom, you're sitting down at home, somewhere where it's just you and that person, and just connect with that person and have that conversation whereby you're as comfortable as possible. And it allows you to be free with your words as well. Before coming to the interview as well, think about what you might want to say, because naturally we're talking about what you actually did on the field. So if you had a stand-up performance, think about what helped you to have that stand-up performance. Maybe something that a coach told you the night before, all these are things that, information that we're looking for in that interview. So almost as a case of, if you did well, come prepared to talk about what you did well.
If you're doing a flash, say you just got 50, 3 wickets, breakout, how long should your answer be?
All right, so in terms of answers, we're looking for anything anywhere between, let's say, 10 seconds, 15 seconds easy in terms of response. Because a player might think that if they say 5, 6 words, they've
Nice and cool out in the middle at the moment, a refreshing breeze. We've been very fortunate with the weather so far in the tournament. It's time for the all-important coin toss. The captains are here, Ramal Lewis from the Jamaica Titans, Naim Young of the Pelicans. The match referee, former West Indies fast bowler, Rion King, will oversee. Ramal, you've got the coin?
Tails.
Tails is the call?
Yes, it is.
Heads it is.
We're going to have a bowl first.
And the reason for that, in a day game, bowling first, Ramal?
Well, we have been batting first and we haven't getting the totals that we needed. So, it's just right for us to give it a change.
One of the things that we've spoken about in previous matches, and it's a common theme, is the batting. And you're not really getting the returns that you sort of want. What would please you today, notwithstanding the result of the match, from a batting perspective, what do you want to see?
Well, we just want to have more intent and, guys got to be clear what they want to do and, be smart and run up hard between the wicket.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yes, young Brian Barnes comes in for Anthony Dakers and Zion Brathwaite out and Michael Clark in.
Thank you very much, Ramal. All the very best.
Thanks.
Naim, an opportunity to bat first, to set a total. You've had a look at the surface. What would your preference have been?
Well, we only wanted to bowl first. We felt like these guys have struggled in the first innings and we really want to put pressure again on their batting lineup. But again, I think that our strength really is the batting. We have a very deep batting lineup, but it's for the guys here to come together and understand how the cricket is playing. Power play is not easy to score and really capitalize on our middle overs in depth.
Yeah, that's one area that we've seen a lot of teams struggle in the power play. This tournament, Naim, is sort of a microcosm of what we see at the senior international level. We are seeing that fluctuation, undulation, and quite a big disparity. How do we get that level of consistency where we have players backing up good performances? From your standpoint, how can we achieve that?
Yeah, I think we have a great style within our squad. If you look at the top 2 teams, Leewards go very hard in power play and then they just ease off in the middle. Trinidad go very slowly in power play and then capitalize in the back end. We have to find a way that works for us. I think the game that we won, we were slow in the power play in a sense, but we really capitalized in that last and scored 120 odd runs. So I feel like that is our way of going about it. We really need to manage that power play and then take it on in the middle to the end.
And your playing 11, any changes?
Yeah, two changes. Zisha Matara comes back in for Amari Gurridge, and the City also misses out for Ramon Simmons.
Very well done. All the very best.
Thank you.
The leg spinner back in. The Jamaica Titans have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Welcome here afternoon. Welcome to Barbados Academy. This is the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Match 9. Jamaica Titans versus Barbados Pelicans. Jamaica Titans winning the toss and deciding have a ball. Teams are as follows. Barbados Pelicans. Naeem Young captain. Nico Bowser, Karim Ali, Joshua Bishop, Steve Paris, Kevin Wickham, Sharon Tara, Ramon Simmons, Julian Sinclair, Kyan Brathwaite, Tyrone Hackett. Jamaica Titans, Lamar Lewis captain, Usman Anderson, Leroy Love, Paul Royal, Mackenzie, Jordan Johnson, Jamari Redwood, Michael Clark, Leon Edward, Brian Barnes, Andrew Rambara. Begin from the umpire, Sai Basarat, Carl second. Then the umpire, Lee Junior, 46 of Ethan Butler. Not referee, Leon King. We will start promptly, 2 p.m.
We are at the West Indies Breakout League where visions are carved to reality. Today, the reality for these two teams, the Jamaica Titans and Barbados Pelicans, is win. And that is coming to you live from the Barbados Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It has been 4 days of enterprising action. And as we get into the business end, remember the top 3 teams qualify for the playoffs with first place going straight to the final. It is a must-win time for the Pelicans and Titans. It sets up a beautiful Friday. One thing we've enjoyed is the exuberance of youth in this year's tournament. A man not so young alongside me. He's captained the West Indies in 30 T20 internationals. Have these young men, Carlos, have the approval of the captain?
Yeah, they do. I've enjoyed the ebbs and flows of leadership, and I've seen a few men grow in that leadership role so far. It's a very good time, not only for breakout players, but breakout leaders.
Speaking of leaders, let's head straight to the middle a bit earlier. Samuel Badru is with the captains for the toss.
Nice and cool out in the middle at the moment, a refreshing breeze. We've been very fortunate with the weather so far in the tournament. It's time for the all-important coin toss. The captains are here. Ramal Lewis from the Jamaica Titans, Naim Young of the Pelicans. The match referee, former West Indies fast bowler Rion King, will oversee. Ramal, you've got the coin?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Yes, it is.
Heads it is.
We're going to have a bowl first.
And the reason for that, in a day game, bowling first, Ramal?
Well, we have been batting first and we haven't getting the totals that we needed. So, it's just right for us to give it a change.
One of the things that we've spoken about in previous matches, and it's a common theme, is the batting. And you're not really getting the returns that you sort of want. What would please you today, notwithstanding the result of the match, from a batting perspective, what do you want to see?
Well, we just want to have more intent and, guys got to be clear what they want to do and, be smart and run up hard between the wicket.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yes, young Brian Barnes comes in for Anthony Dakers and Zion Brathwaite out and Michael Clark in.
Thank you very much, Ramal. All the very best.
Thanks.
Naim, an opportunity to bat first, to set a total. You've had a look at the surface. What would your preference have been?
Well, we only wanted to bowl first. We felt like these guys have struggled in the first innings and we really want to put pressure again on their batting lineup. But again, I think that our strength really is the batting. We have a very deep batting lineup, but it's for the guys here to come together and understand how cricket is playing. Power play is not easy to score and really capitalize on our middle overs in depth.
Yeah, that's one area that we've seen a lot of teams struggle in the power play. This tournament, Naim, is sort of a microcosm of what we see at the senior international level. We are seeing that fluctuation, undulation, and quite a big disparity. How do we get that level of consistency where we have players backing up good performances? From your standpoint, how can we achieve that?
Yeah, I think we have to create a style within our squad. If you look at the top 2 teams, Leewards go very hard in power play and then they just ease off in the middle. Trinidad go very slowly in power play and then capitalize in the back end. We have to find a way that works for us. I think the game that we won, we were slow in the power play in a sense, but we really capitalized in that last set and scored 120 odd runs. So I feel like that is our way of going about it. We really need to manage that power play and then take it on in the middle to the end.
And your playing 11, any changes?
Yeah, 2 changes. Zishan Matara comes back in for Amari Gurridge, and Neil City also misses out for Ramon Simmons.
Very well done. All the very best.
Thank you.
The leg spinner back in. The Jamaica Titans have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
It means the Pelicans will bat first for the 3rd time in 4 games. Carlos Brathwaite, what do you see in that Pelicans side?
Focus is definitely on the batting. Kevin Wickham listed to come at 5, very important, but they want a little bit more from Kadeem Aline, Cheyenne Brathwaite, who had an exceptional performance earlier, and Lenico Boucher. So focus is heavily on that top 5. I'm happy to see the reintroduction of Ramon Simmons, who's been swinging the ball prodigiously and been doing a good job in the power play for the team.
Yeah, injury in the warm-up for Zion Brathwaite. He's not in. Brian Barnes and Michael Clark are in for the Jamaica Titans. And there are some pretend Pelicans. We'll call them Pelicans for today. Carlos, I want to talk about the 2 batting lineups. Both have been underwhelming in this tournament. What should a batter's focus be in the West Indies Breakout League?
I think Naim Young spoke eloquently at the toss. Getting yourselves in, one thing I've been looking for is who out of the top order can get in and then go big. Alec Athanaze did it, Joshua De Silva did it. They're 2 of the more premier players in the tournament. Who has the nous and the experience to step up and do that for the team on a consistent basis?
Left field one for you, Carlos. What was the toughest bowling type to face in your career?
Leg spin. Probably.
And if Carlos found it so difficult, you can understand why we're putting such a big emphasis on leg spinners. It's an art, and we're hoping to find the next West Indian artist.
Leg spin is such a big part in the world, and they see leg spinners as match winners.
Leg spin is something that you have to keep practicing daily. You know, you have to bowl a lot of balls daily.
It challenges us, to think more as a bowler.
One of the more difficult arts in cricket, and if not the most difficult art, I'm still trying to perfect the skill.
Prior to the draft itself, teams were required to protect 7 players, or were allowed to protect 7 players, one of whom had to be a wrist spinner. That is to encourage the development of wrist spinners in the Caribbean, given their importance in the T20 game around the world.
The rule says that each team must nominate a leg spinner or a wrist spinner in their squad. The wrist spinner must play a minimum of 3 matches out of their 5 preliminary matches, and when he does play, he has to bowl a minimum of 3 overs out of the 4. The reason for that is quite simple. When you look at the global game, we haven't had any quality wrist spinners here in the region for some time. So I think that rule in this tournament presents an opportunity for wrist spinners, young wrist spinners, to actually ply their trade and to understand the nuances of the shortest format.
It's a great initiative, especially, trying to develop young leg spinners in the Caribbean. It's something that we haven't really had in the West Indian culture,
Try to go out there with a clear mind, try to be relaxed. It challenges us, to think more, as a bowler, because, in the back end there, batters are looking to attack you. So, you have to think back yourself.
I think the new rule is really great, for opportunities for leg spinner. There's an opportunity for each leg spinner in this tournament. It's a really good competition, getting the youngsters that's aspiring to play CPL and franchise cricket, It's just a matter of guys taking, this as a stepping stone in terms of moving forward in their cricket career.
What this league provides is an opportunity for the franchise teams to see players in a T20 format similar to what they'll be playing in CPL. The wrist spinner has a great opportunity now to showcase their talent and to make it into the full-fledged CPL teams in a couple months' time.
Given the opportunity to express yourself, given the amount of overs that you may need as a leg spinner, West Indies cricket needs leg spinners.
A great opportunity for leg spinners in the region. I'm really looking to put my hand up, and hopefully I can grab that spot.
You look at so many of the best teams in the world, they all have a leg spinner in their side. Carlos, why is it so important for a West Indies team to gain a leg spinner?
I think when you look at spin and spinners, you kind of categorize finger spin as consistency, discipline. When you have a leg spinner, you're talking about impact, you're talking about wickets. And when you look at where the game has gone, if you let players get in and bide the time at the crease, they more than often go big. A leg spinner disrupts those partnerships, can be a wicket taker, a partnership breaker, and it really helps a bowling lineup. And it puts fear in a batting lineup, knowing the opposition leg spin has overs to bowl.
You've seen all of them. Any name stands out to you as the most impressive so far?
Not at the moment. Still, jury's still out a little bit. I want to see some more consistency. I've enjoyed the consistency so far. Not as much impact as I would have hoped. Obviously saw Darrell Cyrus getting 4th and winning the game for his team.
Right.
I'd love to see a little bit more of that. I'll also love to see them being given the challenge with the wetter ball to kind of aid those skills.
And will they have assistance today in terms of the surface and the 22 yards? It's the same surface that we used a couple of days ago, but remember, we've had a day off in the West Indies Breakout League. What do you see, Carlos? See some grass there?
Yeah, a little bit of grass, and funny enough, the seamers have been the most successful bowlers in the tournament so far. The top 5 wicket takers are all seamers, and we can see why. A nice covering of grass. The cracks are not open that much as yet, and I expect the seamers to dominate again today.
2 teams, who's winning today?
I'm being a little biased, the Pelicans.
We will see, ladies and gentlemen, 2 matches coming at you, 80 overs. We kick off with Jamaica and Barbados, down but not out after the break.
We're here for a fabulous Friday. It is match number 9 here in the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Jamaica Titans taking on the Barbados Pelicans. What a beautiful day it is here as we get set for the action. Barbados Pelicans, they lost the toss and they'll be having a bat first. 2 changes for them here today. Zishan Matara is in along with Ramon Simmons. So the leg spinners back into it. Left arm seam back into the conversation as well for them. Nathan Seeley and Amari Goodrich, the 2 names that miss out for them. Shakira Selman alongside of me, Shakira, the Titans.
Yeah, trying something different today, Ramon Lewis said. And 2 changes for them, as he pointed out. Michael Clark and 19-year-old Burns gets a debut in this Breakout League.
You call that a beautiful blue. Oh, it's bright and lovely here under the sunshine of Trinidad and Tobago. Will it be a royal start for the Titans? It's Javor Royal who's going to get things going for them. A very attacking and aggressive mood, you would say, from the Titans. Talking about attacking and aggressive, though, this young man, Cheyenne Brathwaite, he has been that in one of the games so far. This being his 3rd outing. Alongside of him, a lad maybe 6'7" in height, 210 pounds maybe of all muscle. Kadeem Aline will be facing the first ball.
Just 2 in the tail, fan.
Zahid Basaraf there, standing umpire.
Just 2 in the tail, right? Just 2 in the tail, right? Just 2. Just 2 in the tail, right? Just 2 in the tail. Let's go, fam. Let's go, fam. Let's go, fam. Put that leg, please. Let's put that leg.
Well, looks as if we're all set for action. Thumbs up. It's a case of the Pelicans and the Titans on a beautiful Friday.
Play, gentlemen.
And there it is. Let's play.
Let's test this man technique, right? Let's test this man technique.
This could be a very interesting contest and battle here.
No chance after you know.
Kadeem Aline, aggressive in nature.
He's here to play you out, Roy. He's here to play you out, Roy. Here to play you out, bro.
Listening to the keeper, Shakira, you wonder if it is that. He said that he's here to play him out. What's the approach that Aline might take here versus Royal?
It's not going to take any chance, Roy. Oh, God. Well done, Happy.
Yeah, you suspect because of the starts that the Pelicans have had throughout this competition, it won't be all guns blazing from the beginning. They've lost at least 3 wickets in the power play every game. And we heard Naeem Young speak about playing smarter cricket in this phase.
Gets a bit of width and opens up the account for the Pelicans.
And that there's smarter cricket. He hasn't gone searching for an opportunity to score. Short, wide, those deliveries will come. Played it late, played it fine. He gets a boundary without taking any risks.
Slight adjustment in the field now. Field moves slightly to the left. Two men in the leg side, and Aline finds one of them.
Keep going right, keep going right.
31 for 3, 44 for 3, and 36 for 4, the Pelicans. Young spoke about figuring out just what process this team needs to go through. He wants them not to lose so many wickets in the power play and then capitalize in the middle and the depth.
Well, both batters opened their account in that one. 1 gone, 6 without loss. Well, 2 changes there for them. The leg spin of Zishan Matara back into the conversation. We expected that given that it's a day game. Also needs to complete that allotted quarter. Ramon Simmons as well comes back into it. Well, hello to Mr. Carl Tuckett. 1 of 2 out there in the middle today. His partner in the sun is Zahid Basarath. Probably feels as if he might have missed out on that occasion. Full toss wide of the off stump.
Let's test this man technique. Let's test this man technique.
Oh, the man with the brightest smile in the business. Is that Leslie Reefer Jr.? Yes, it is third umpire for today. And alongside of him is none other than Mr. Rion King, match referee. This time he puts it away.
Yeah, second boundary in this Pelicans innings. And another low risk shot playing the ball on merit. Yeah, all timing over pitch. Full back face. Easy enough for Cheyenne Brathwaite.
We've seen many left arm seamers. Rion Edwards, another one of them. Interesting the end from which they utilized him. With again, but Shakira, if I think about the left arm seamers that have been utilized in this competition, and especially the ones that have taken the new ball, they've all started from the opposite end, and that's the end that's produced the wickets for them.
And again, that's one of the things I'm looking for, planning and tactics. We saw Nathan Edward take 5 wickets against this Pelicans side, took 4 in the power play from the northern end. Jeddy Blaze as well take a number of wickets. He's amongst those highest wicket takers, and he's bowled with the new ball from this northern end. Yeah, no swing, just going across with the angle. Good enough to beat Cheyenne Brathwaite though.
A bit of an early dive, but still enough to make the stop.
Yeah, this will be important. Barnes in for his first game, gets into the action almost immediately. Fielding is going to be very important in this game. You think back to when the Pelicans played before, when even the Titans played before, and they misfielded quite a few balls, dropped lots of catches, and those runs, those mistakes come back to haunt you.
That's me, I like?
Yeah, that's 2. Yeah.
Thanks to our stump mics, I can tell you he called for middle and leg.
1 to come.
Changing the angle now. left arm around the wicket, and this is what brought the success. It brings an inside edge to close out over number 2, 15 without loss.
Over.
Yeah, fortuitous, no foot movement, inside edge. Gets the result he wanted though, Kadeem Ali.
Two changes as well for Jamaica Titans. Brian Barnes and Michael Clark.
Come again, right. Come again, right.
Into the action, into the breakout zone, you would say.
Keep going right. Keep going right.
Oh, that bat has
He's
been
not gonna
put
try
to
anything
work.
at you, right. He's not going to try
Certainly.
anything. He's not going to try anything, right.
Been a
Let's
real
go.
defender.
Catch.
It was an opportunity. It was a chance. Instead, they get two.
Good try, good try, good try.
How big a moment will that be, Tamari? Redwood, the one putting down that catch.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, not the simplest of chances, having to run back to his left.
Keep going right.
But it's the type of chance you want taken. It can just turn the game. Yeah, remember Cheyenne Brathwaite given 2 opportunities in that first game in which he capitalized. First one on 21, then he was dropped on 31, mid 85.
He's royal, so royal, Jafar Royal. Oh yes, the international bounce. First wicket down.
Yeah, this time that drop opportunity does not cost the Titans. Yeah, Cheyenne Brathwaite will be very disappointed though. It's gone right across the line of this delivery. Perhaps would have been better off driving with straight back down to long on. Instead, he tries to whip it through mid-wicket, and yeah, there's the bounce. Yeah, he's also escorting him right off the field, Jabir Royal. Yeah, straight off. And Mum, he's saying absolutely nothing. The ball has done the talking for him. Brathwaite walks back for 8, 17 for 1.
Right, this man won't take any chance. You're fearless, boy. Fearless, Roy. Fearless. He won't take any chance. He won't take any chance, bro. Man won't take any chance, Roy. This man won't take any chance.
Several changes in the batting lineup across the course of these games for the Pelicans. Shakir Paris now bats at 3.
Yeah, Roy. Test this man technique, Roy. Test this man technique, Roy. You won't take any
Slip
chance,
comes
boy.
into place now. A lot of talk out there. Pressure on the Pelicans.
Take any chance.
You understand why they gave Jafar Royal the ball at the top of things, because this is what he can do. Look at that angle, that drift into the right-hander.
You're fearless, bro.
A gap left, but look at this. Oh, yes, parts the Red Sea.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let him get his space to walk off. Success in the over, 18 for 1. You live for the antics in cricket. He says, you know what? Give him space. Give him room. And here's what I'll do as well. I'll walk you all the way towards the pavilion. Yeah. Silent night, holy night is what he is saying. You've got to love this game called cricket and the personalities that are in it. But we're not talking personalities now, we're talking points. How many points can Pelicans get from here? How many points can Titans get from here? Both in need of a win, both in need of bonus points as well. Yeah, another angle on that one. Stumps disturbed. Well, left arm again, this time Andrew Rambaran.
That's it, Rambo. That's it, Rambo. On the money, boy.
They're looking at matchups very early in this contest.
Solid, 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 solid,
Left arm spin, left arm seam, left arm spin.
Oh, God almighty. Good boy.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the left arm spinner and Rambaran replace Edwards so early though. Shakir Paris hasn't had a good tournament so far. 10 runs in 3 innings up to date. He was dismissed from a left arm seamer last game.
That's this man technique. Test this man technique, Rambo.
Wowzers! That was nearly number 2. This is why they brought in Rambaran. Drags out, gloves it, and it was good night and goodbye, Kadeem Aline.
You going, Rambo?
Look here. Yes. Another interesting contest brewing. Look at it here, folks. How big is this? He's not been the best behind the stumps in this tournament.
Yeah, Dickmar Anderson wearing the gloves for the Titans. Yeah, his hands just did not move. Didn't follow the ball. It was an arm ball. Angle back into the right-handed batters. Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Just wonder how much more he's going to be chirping behind the stumps now.
Goes for the quicker delivery. Should have had one in that over. It's 21 for 1. Another day, another early wicket falls for the Pelicans. Well, Nikhil said that they were maybe mock Pelicans earlier. I'm not sure they appreciated their name being changed, but hello guys, and we say thank you for coming to watch this Breakout League. All spectators appreciated. Change of ends, and I was wondering if this is it, Shakira, because we questioned the end from which Edwards was utilized when he started bowling. Well, change of ends, and what it is the first maximum of the innings. Sweet sound off the bat.
Yeah, he was caught in the deep on the leg side in that last game. Shakir Paris, the fielder, is behind square on the leg side. Picks this one very early. No real pace, doesn't get high enough. First maximum of today's contest.
you talked about that pace factor, doesn't necessarily possess that express pace. So we're looking at movement. Can he get that ball fuller, get it to shape back into the right-hander? We also saw him go around the wicket from the other end to Aline. Does he do that here as well? Let's take you back to a couple days ago. Similar shot, different angle as well. And that is when Paris picked out the man in the deep. So you factor in everything there. Edward bowling around the wicket, resulting in that ball being pulled further backward of square, so to speak. But from over the wicket at that pace. We talked about spectators and they're coming with lunch in hand. Oh yes, it's that kind of time, folks. Grab your food and come. Well, you wondered if he would change the angle. He does that. So they're looking at what happened in that last game. But you wonder, that length is what was the important thing from Edward.
Yeah, Joel, and this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see good planning. You want to see good execution. Yeah, and here's that again, bit of grass. And that's the reason there are 5 fast bowlers at the top of that wicket-taking list. They've been assisted by the conditions here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Slightly better. You wonder if maybe slight pace off on that one as well from Edward. Held its line.
Yeah, there was a bit of a grunt when he released this delivery, but it does seem to be a bit slower. Just run the fingers down the left side of the ball. Gripped a bit in the surface.
Shakira Selma was talking about top wicket takers. These are the guys that are in the sky right now. Jetty Ablaze, look at that left arm seamer there. Johan Lane, you look down this list, it is all seamers. They've enjoyed conditions here. They've gotten some swing, they've gotten seam movement off of the surface as well. Thickish outside edge. Doesn't go to hand. 5 completed. It's 29 for 1.
$29 for 1 after 5. 1 more over remaining in the all-important power play. No team has gone through this phase of the match unscathed. Every single team has lost at least 1 wicket in the power play.
Going Rambo.
For the Barbados Royals, they've lost 10 wickets in 3 games in the power plays coming into this one, so Naeem Young will be pleased in a sense that they've started a bit more cautiously. Straight to the fielder again. Kareem Aline falls inside the power play for the 4th time in a row. Another wicket goes down for the Pelicans.
Yeah, they might just want to check the validity of the catch. It was snatched inches off the ground. So the umpires just want to convene, have a discussion, and I'm wagering that they might just want to confirm Yes, they do. The fielding team is celebrating. The batter is still waiting out there in the middle for confirmation. Over to you, Leslie Reefer Jr. We're just talking about this phase of the games and the game rather, and you were mentioning about wickets lost. He seemed consigned to his fate, but let's have a closer look. Rambaran, the man with the delivery, and importantly, he's hitting into the wind, the right-hander. So he's taken on the wind. Yeah, that might just need another look. His hand, was it under the ball? You're seeing a lot of the ball just there. Are the fingers beneath it? I'm not entirely sure. And this is the area of concern. He celebrated after what he felt he completed the catch. And the evidence of it is not altogether a confident look. Leslie Reefer Jr., the man tasked with the responsibility to make the decision. Wasn't, yeah, I thought so. Confirmation that he survives. What does he learn from that though? Also the fielder, could he have come in a little bit quicker? Yeah, Ramal Lewis disappointed, rightly so. Disbelief from the fielder as well.
Michael Clark thought he definitely had his man, and even Aline was halfway off and then stopped. Fine margins in this game. We've seen a few in world cricket being overturned. Now we saw what Cheyenne Brathwaite did with his chance a few days ago. Kadeem Aline, this is your golden opportunity. And two deep fielders still leg side, deep backward square, or in front of square rather, for the sweep and a deep long on.
Yeah, from a fielding perspective, you want to come in a little bit more because the ball will be holding up. So, did he judge it well enough? Had to lunge forward at the last second. Yeah, he's smiling now. Also made an adjustment after that. He stayed off the boundary ropes a couple of yards. One, to cut the two, but also for that aforementioned wind factor, which holds the ball in the air longer than you think.
Just the way he opened his stance to place the ball into the gap. Royal looks to be injured at hamstring.
Yeah, what a shot that was. Yeah, he's struggling a bit there. Someone might need to escort him to the physio. But just look at this stroke. A thing of beauty all along the carpet. Chasing, chasing, and then he's gone. He's coming back into the field now, but clearly he held that right hamstring. Quite a character, isn't he? Javor Royal loves his celebration.
.34 for 1 after the power play.
That's over.
both teams will be happy with the way the first 6 overs have gone. The Pelicans wanted to be more cautious, keep wickets in hand, whereas the Titans have controlled the scoring rate.
Yeah, something the captain spoke of at the toss. What's their blueprint for success? They're still trying to figure it out. As you can appreciate, it is the Breakout League. These young players who, as the rules suggest, would not have a lot of experience playing in this format. So this is the learning curve for them. Can they figure it out quickly enough? Can they make that assessment? You see some teams going hard in the power play, tapering off, and then hard at the end. Some teams cautious in the power play, then going hard through the middle and the back end. Can you find your method? The leg spinner is in. Redwood.
Yeah, and it'll also be some learning for Ramal Lewis, who's captain. And immediately you can see him trying to make a difference. You look at the 3 games the Titans have played. These middle overs now, overs 7 to 15, have been a big struggle. Only 3 wickets for him and his men. And we talked at length about his field setting. How can he be more aggressive there? But also his bowling choices. This is the earliest now we're seeing the leg spinner introduced.
It might be prompted by the 2 right-handers, but let me give you a comparison, Nikhil and viewers. Trying to Tobago Legions, top of the table in their power play. They are going at under 5s, 4.93 when they bat, but it's through the middle and the back where they really capitalize. So 4.93 in the power play for the Legion, so they have a clear plan. Obviously, they've lost wickets, which sort of impacted on that. But through the middle and the back end is where they really capitalize. Guyana, on the other hand, they have a very high strike rate in the power play, but they fall away badly thereafter.
Hit that straight, and a miss of length from Redwood brings reward for Shakir Paris.
This is what you need to do, though, as a batter. When you get these types of deliveries, you got to smack it for 4. Don't let the wrist spinner get away with these gifts. And sometimes as a wrist spinner, what you do next after a full toss is you try to compensate and you overcompensate and you pull down. Or you can go for another full toss. Yeah, this is where the challenge is, as you mentioned, for the captain as well. How can he get the leg spinner in and get his 3 overs, if that's how you're thinking about it, out of the way? Or can you get him in to get you a wicket and to change the tide of the game, as we've seen in a game or 2 before?
They're too short this time. It's been a Shakir Paris on a mission so far in this innings, 49 for 1. Yeah, a couple of full tosses in the over. Now this one way too short. And Paris has looked in a no-nonsense mode in these first 7 overs. Nozai and Brathwaite, who could have featured in that bowling lineup. They have Michael Clark, who can bowl his pace, he keeps as well, and bats. Yeah, Javor Royal, they'll be hoping, begging, praying that he's not too seriously harmed, because his remaining 2 overs, as always, will be integral for the Titans. And they continue to throw spin at Kadeem Alim. Already seen Royal, Rambaran, Redwood, and now we'll see the 4th from Lewis, the captain. He usually bowls around the wicket to the right-hander. very defensive angle of attack. Looks like he's starting over.
Keep going, Happy. Keep going. Yeah, yeah. Good. That's off. Keep going, Happy.
Straight, very straight, and even the two fielders on that deep boundary can't cut it off.
That was a fusion of timing and placement. He looked so elegant down the ground. Kadeem Aline, both fielders pinpoint accuracy, bisected perfectly. A good start to the over from a batting perspective. Now you want to ensure that this is a 9-run over or a 10-run over, having gotten 4 of the first.
It's the first time that Kadeem Aline has made it out of the power play in this year's tournament. And you could see from the way he went about things in the power play, albeit, yes, the one chance where he almost gave it away, but he, for the most part, is trying to be a bit more responsible.
Get it, Michael.
The wind is into the wind. May have just misjudged it on that deep backward square boundary. It's Michael Clark again.
Yeah, he was charging in, as you sometimes tend to do on that side of the field, but there was good enough connection, so there he had to make a decision and run back. Edmond, the man, this time unable to either catch it or prevent it from going for 6. Now he's stationed very close to the rope. And we've seen Ramal Lewis bowl from over the wicket as well to start his spell. What he usually does in games gone by is that he starts round the wicket to go across the right-hander.
Deep long off. Just a spectator. Again, Aline will be credited for his placement.
Yeah, because of the shot earlier in the over of the first ball, the long on and long off came a little bit straighter, just slightly, and that was enough for this ball to elude him. And just one bounce, just short, could have been a 6, another one in the over.
Off spinner comes on, good from the Pelicans. 2 right-handers at the crease. Make full use of the matchup. Put pressure on the captain to go to other options. Now trying to get out of the hitting arc and go wide.
Yeah, very symmetrical over so far. 4 dot ball, 6 dot ball, then 4, and then a wide. So he just spoiled it there. And now he's reverting to his original plan, round the wicket.
Very smart from Kadeem Aline. 16 from the over, 65 for 1. Yeah, 31 runs coming in the last 2 overs. Both Aline and Paris making it their task to make it out of the power play and then have attacked since. And it's forced Ramal Lewis to make another bowling change. Rambaran was decent with the new ball. A couple of overs for just 8 runs in the first 6. Now he's back in the middle overs.
Yeah, quite interestingly, there's a short mid-wicket. Well, there was a short mid-wicket. He's now going to 45. I was kind of liking the short mid-wicket to avoid that easy single there. But spinners tend to like that guy backward of square leg side to avoid that paddle sweep.
Rambo.
Yeah, this is, viewers and Nikhil, as we've been saying since the start of this tournament, a return to a country-based T20 tournament. Of course, it's younger players. The first edition, many people will remember the Caribbean T20 played in 2010, and during that 2010 to 2013 period, there were 4 editions. The first one won by Guyana. The next 3, Nikhil. Who were the victors for the next 3?
Sam, I remember watching you on my television at 10 years old.
Years old, looking at Caribbean T20, and here you are in the Breakout League. We're even breaking out these commentators. But interestingly, Nikhil, I read today an article where it's not only the players getting an opportunity, the analysts straight down the ground. Does he have enough? Yes, he does. Very good option from Alain. He's now finding his rhythm. The last couple overs, he's striking them beautifully.
He's managed his innings well. Kareem Alain finally giving himself a chance. Getting in and now capitalizing even outside the power play. Can't get it past the fielder, but I like the intent, and I do like that initiative, Sam.
Yeah, the senior analyst for the West Indies team, Avinash Sitaram, has been working with the younger ones who have been assigned to these franchise teams. So not only the players being broken out, straight back to him. What a catch from Rambaran. So despite being hit for 6 in the over, he kept his composure, straight at him, and simple enough, he's taken it. A wicket for Rambaran, a wicket for the Titans, an important one.
How about the bravery? Just flighted delivery, was smacked over his head for 6. Flights again. And challenges Alain with his execution. This time Rambaran is the one smiling. Gone for 38, 75 for 2. Nico Boucher with a valiant 48, resilient, trying to get the Pelicans to something respectable. Batted at 3 in the last game, comes out at number 4. They've chopped and changed their top 5 every single game. And with the fall of the wicket, Normal Lewis can go back to his leg spinner now, hoping that 1, he can be a bit more accurate, and 2, there will be less aggression shown.
And 3, the right-hander's hitting into the wind, so gives him a little bit more protection. Yeah, just look at the length of that delivery. So Alain is able to get the elevation. This one fuller, much fuller, so he can't get the elevation to go over the bowler's head. A good catch, good return catch. So the adjustment with the length important.
Another full toss. He smoked that though. Rambaran didn't even shake his hand, no pain. Just took the catch, gave the ball to the umpire, moved on.
Yeah, and I don't mind that, Nikhil. Hold on to the ball when you've taken the catch. How many times in cricket have we seen players trying to celebrate, ball falls out, and then there's a discussion as to whether the bowler or the fielder was in control of the catch. So you take the catch, hold on to the ball. That's the message for all the young players coming through. Does that take away from the flair of the game, the celebration aspect? Maybe, but I much prefer a catch being taken than a bat again another opportunity.
Prayers up for Dylan Douglas.
Yeah, but there's something about Shaq Paris that I really like. The way he's playing the ball through the offside. He knows that leg side, it's into the wind, so he's opening up his shoulders and his waist, his torso, so that he can access that offside.
And the determination we've seen from him in these 16 deliveries, it's reminiscent of the Shakir Paris we saw at the CPL. The emerging player of the tournament. First time he came in at 3 today. Maybe that is the way moving forward.
Keep going.
Again, with precision, should be able to get 2. They will. Running has been better for the Pelicans. 10 over spell to be proud of. 81 for 2. And time for a drink.
The halfway stage of this Pelicans innings, and at long last it's begun to take a bit of flight. Well, here's a look at how things proceeded. A bit of a partnership beginning to brew between Aline and Paris. That is what the Pelicans needed to get their innings going. A partnership so far of 58 from 39, and that was all before the fall of Aline.
Keep going.
So it kept things propped up for a bit of time. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me was enjoying that. Carlos, talk to me about why that partnership worked so well.
Well, firstly, from a bowling perspective, Royal's been good. Stand out as he's been. Rambaran has been good as well. 2 left-arm spinners in tandem. But those 2 played well. I like the intent. They ran well between the wickets. I think Kadeem Aline accelerated nicely as well.
Well, let's accelerate things a little further down the calendar. And that's August 14th to September 21st. We're going to be at the biggest party in sport. CPL 2025 is on its way. Young men who are playing here have an opportunity to find their name in those squads to have a chance to be on that field, to shine under the sun and the lights of the CPL. Oh, he takes his helmet, puts it beyond the boundary. Does Dietmar Anderson. Can't afford for that ball to hit it. Grab an extra 5. Michael Clark, not the Australian, but the West Indian, is with ball in hand now.
Keep going, Mikey.
As a former captain, Carlos, how painful is it to see that ball trickle onto the helmet and collect those penalty runs?
I don't think it's ever happened under my leadership, but it's always something you were well aware of. Get the sub on, get the helmet off.
When you said get the sub on, I thought he was coming on for you, Carlos.
At times we wish you could just sit from the stands and say, go here, go there, left, right. But yeah, we accustomed seeing the helmet stood behind the keeper, but if it hits the ball, hits it.
Well, he's claiming it, Dietmar Anderson, or maybe he isn't. Good work, though, from him. He's had an interesting up and down day behind there.
Interesting action. Michael Clark, reminiscent of a Fidel Edwards, Lasith Malinga. Not quite the pace, and a little shorter in stature, but parallels with a slingy action.
Yeah, quite low in that action, Carlos.
Yeah, not much of a runner. And then he starts, he's a short man, and then he's lowering his height. More like a Kedar Yadav, pace and height, than a Fidel Edwards.
Angle going down the leg side. But he would say it's been a good first over from Clark, 85 for 2. What a shot that is. Oh, wow, Paris. Oh, wow.
Keep going, Mari. Keep going, Mari. Go full.
Elegant as always, Shakir Paris. His intent has been on a different level today. His ball striking has been phenomenal.
Keep going, Mari. Keep going, Mari.
Look at that strike rate, especially in the phase of the game in which he's batting now outside the power play, still able to maintain it. Shakir Paris. You almost get the feeling that this probably is just to complete the quarter of Redwood as the leg spinner in the side, needing to bowl 3 minimum out of his 4. So this potentially could be his last, barring maybe picking up 2 or 3 in it.
in, get it in.
And he's not really found himself across the tournament, Tamari Redwood.
Keep going, Mari, keep going, Mari, keep going, Mari.
When you think about the lengths that he's been bowling, there's been a lot of inconsistency across the spells that he's bowled in the tournament so far. Oh, but this could be the moment. Redwood gets one. Against the run of play. And not his best delivery either. But it brings reward.
This is the magic of wrist spin. Probably the worst ball he's bowled all day, but creates a chance, makes a breakthrough. Paris goes for 41 off 22. The Pelicans 93 for 3.
Again, Mari.
To your wee bit.
Batting at 5 and a lot of conversation surrounding where he bats in the order. Kevin Wickham.
Two to come.
He's gotten success in his third over as to my Redwood. Slip in place now. Can he finish this spell well? We talked about the inconsistency in lengths, and this was a ball that was dragged down by him. Probably should have found its way towards Paris. Instead, found its way into the hands of Barnes.
That's over.
12 gone, 94 for 3.
Yeah, funny time.
6 minutes up, Ramal. 6 minutes up.
What can the Pelicans get up to? A much better batting display here. You begin to compare across the innings that they've played in this breakout tournament. Their captain talked about putting together innings and what that might look like for them. He's really honing in on those pads. It's Clark.
Yeah, real low and slingy. Makes it slightly easier to bowl the Yorker. And he'd love if he can get it to swing back in a little later. He has a wide field set, so you'd think he'd want to go wide as well, but he's been straight so far.
Gets it wrong on that occasion, but by and large, this 1.2 overs from him has been good. The captain able to, as you would say, sneak through a couple. Your thoughts, though, on the Wickham discussion, Carlos Brathwaite, the position that he's batting in this side. Many thinking he can maybe come at 3. We thought maybe he would come in that position of Boucher. Your thoughts, though?
Yeah, I understand Shakir Paris or Boucher. One who told him batting at 3 because Boucher is traditionally an opener. Shakir Paris is a top order bat. But I just feel as though if you have someone with the talents of a Kevin Wickham, when the 9th over came, he should be one to walk in. And if he, let's say we cast our minds back to the games where Barbados lost 3 wickets in the power play, if you keep hiding him just to back the spin, you're devaluing his capabilities as a batter. And then when the spin comes on, he's starting versus going into that battle against spin being 15 or 20.
Carlos isn't happy with the game of hide and seek.
Keep going, Mikey. Keep going, Mikey. Keep going, Mikey. Keep going, Mikey. Keep going, Mikey.
Gets creative, but creativity doesn't do it on this occasion.
Don't mind it from Boucher though. He's predicted where he will bowl Clark, and he sneaked through 1.5 overs now for a measly 6. How can you put some pressure on him? That may force him to go slow ball, may force him to change his length.
Thinking too, but just won another good over. A bit of a bump, but no swelling. 13.97 for 3. Here is Kevin Wickham, that other night. That 64 from 46 was really intentional when you think about how he approached the batting on that particular night. Didn't look to force it. You saw the use of the feet versus the spinners as well. It was really a class act on show, Kevin Wickham. And the reason why they ended up posting that massive total that night. Could he repeat something similar here? Less time maybe to do it in when you think about the position of the game. But you think about the conditions here at Brian Lara and how batters who have spent a little bit of time, maybe an over or two, have been able to capitalize. You just wonder if today could be his day. Whoopsie. A game of bumper cars, Carlos.
Who you backing in that battle, Joe?
I'm backing Boucher because Boucher is backing himself. He's looking to get things going again. That brings up the 100 for the Pelicans.
Harry, it's a little bit too full. Keep going. It's a little bit too full. Keep going, keep going.
Boucher goes downtown.
It's so interesting when you look across a game sometimes how when a bowler picks up a wicket, oh, you've got to love the traditional scoring method, Carlos. Yeah, we enjoy the electronic scoreboard, but there's nothing like flipping those numbers. Yeah, bowler picks up a wicket, and you think that should have been the end of his spell, but because of the wicket, they give him another one.
Sometimes it's a trap, but we did see Darryl Cyrus bowl an expensive first 2 and then won the game in the second 2. So I guess Ramal Lewis and the Jamaica Titans are hoping that Tamari Redwood could replicate that. We have to say he has been better in these final 2 overs, more consistent in this one for sure. 4 balls in so far.
Well done, Happy.
Good work to back it up as well from the captain, so probably justifying his decision when you look at it. 5 runs from the over, that includes a boundary. Can he close it out though? Should be 2. And they get it. Completes the spell of Tamari Redwood. 14 gone, 104 for 3. Completes his spell, Redwood, the first of those being utilized by the Titans. look at that economy, would say probably slightly high, but he did the job for his captain in picking up a wicket. How does he use his resources going towards the end? Well, I can tell you that he's going to go for something royal. Javon Royal comes back into the attack. By chance, are any of you royal? Maybe like a king, a prince. You look at this, Carlos, and you would say that a bit of a platform has been set for the Pelicans. From here, where they're thinking, where they're looking, where they're hoping to be.
I think with this platform, as you correctly said, Joel, 5 overs and a few balls, you need to be looking close to that 10 over, potentially even more, but it's how they do it. You can't just go helter-skelter because you have wickets in hand.
Confusion. That almost looked helter-skelter there, Carlos.
Indeed it did. Yes, no, maybe so. In the end, a dot ball. Very frenetic. It's important that you kind of create some 3 to 5 ball windows where you can build a partnership, a boundary, and a few singles until a batter gets in. It's important that regardless of which one of these two gets going first, that the other supports him. If one gets out, the other ensures that there's not 2 new batters at the crease early. All the different cliche things that we talk about in cricket, it becomes magnified in this situation because you can be 107 for 3, but if you lose 3 quick wickets, the whole propensity, the whole picture changes, and the propensity to just lose a cluster of wickets is very, very possible.
Yeah, a bit of grip off the surface. I always love when you use big words, Carlos. Propensity. Oh, a lot of syllables in that one. Dot ball to close, 5 to go, 107 for 3.
"14 of 21 deliveries of this partnership. Are they doing enough? Can they recover? Final 5 coming up. Yeah, just 1 win for both these teams so far in the tournament. So this is a pivotal fixture. Rambaran for his final. Does it sail over his head, or does he settle and take it? He does. Javon Royal, very well judged. He made it look quite comfortable. So just the start that the Titans wanted in the final 5 overs. Wicket. Hello, Shakira.
Looking to accelerate Nico Boucher. Couldn't get the power he needed. More elevation than power. Yeah, he's disappointed. Easy enough catch for Javon Royal. Boucher has to walk back for 13. 107 for 4.
Captain of the Pelicans, out in the middle, Naeem Young.
has some experience, has played in a CPL before, Naim Young, so he knows what's needed. How quickly can he get himself in? Off the mark straight away. How much does that wicket, Shakira, change the balance or affect the balance of power?
Yeah, Pelicans will hope it works in their favor. Boucher wasn't able to capitalize, slow going, striking below 100. And this is the exact situation Naim Young wanted to be in. This is what he was asking for.
Well done. Don't try.
Question, though, becomes how many balls does he take to get in Naim Young? And what does getting in look like at this phase of the innings?
One. Rambo.
Yeah, 6.96, that run rate. Very good again from Rambaran, not allowing the batter to get under his delivery. Final delivery of his for this match. He gets under it, he gets enough. So just short of a good length, and it's dispatched. It spoils his spell. Still reasonable though. 2 for 26 from 4. 115 for 4 after 16.
Yeah, just narrowly missing his length, and that's all Naim Young needed to get a maximum.
Yeah, good start, decent through the middle. Now they're looking to accelerate. An important day today. We're here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the great man's birthday. He celebrates 56 years today. Brian Charles Lara, the holder of many records. And arguably one of the greatest ever to have played this game. So happy birthday to you, Brian, wherever you may be. Wishing you many, many years of happiness and health. A little bit of a delay as they find the ball. It's somewhere there. So there is some assistance there for the fielder to try to locate it. Maybe we need some sort of geo-tracker in the ball. That's something for the tech giants to work on. Yeah, let's try to give them a little bit of a hand here. So it bounces, goes across to the blue section. So it's just above the visa sign in the blue section. Yeah, where the Jamaica Titans fielder is to your left. Yeah, just there. Go to your left. Next left. Yeah, that left. Yes, somewhere there. Yes. It's somewhere around that region. Can't seem to find it. It's got to be under the seating. Where is he looking?
Yeah, clearly he's never played road cricket. We had to look for so many balls in the bushes. Can't be that difficult to find a ball in these stands.
Yeah, you're so right, Shakira. I remember those days when you're playing on the street or in the backyard and the ball goes into the bushes. How many times have you actually tried to throw another ball in a similar direction and you ended up losing both?
I told you.
Yeah, Javor Royal, the man with the first
And then look at that catch from Rambaran. Struck straight back at him with a lot of power. And then this one, Paris, who was looking fluent at that point, 41 of 22. And then Boucher. Another wicket for Rambaran. Good catch in the deep. Right, so 115. 24 legitimate deliveries remaining. 6 wickets in hand. Clark with a couple overs. And this is sort of the platform that they were asking for. Can they now maximize where the field is deep? Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Point on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary. So maybe a wide line. Yeah, just a single.
He's been quite good in his first outing, Michael Clark. Yeah. Into his third over, just going for 8 runs. This is the phase. This is an important phase.
Yeah, that's it there. Thank you.
This is where he'll likely be more challenged. Clear plans with the field set. We're looking for execution now.
Gets under it a little bit more, but straight to the fielder who drops it. That's Mackenzie, Kirk Mackenzie. And that should have been taken 10 times out of 10. Instead, it's another opportunity that goes down.
Yeah, make that opportunity number 4 altogether in this innings for the Titans. And that was very simple, Kirk Mackenzie. Not the first he's dropped in this competition.
Perfect length from Clark. That's what he's searching for, but there's a very little margin for error with this plan. Can disappear. Look at that though. West Indies international experience, a senior member of this junior team. He's just trying to change things up. Clever from Clark, but a little bit too wide. But what a name he has, Michael Clark. That's a cricketer's name, proper cricketer's name. Good length again.
Yeah, when I saw the name, I was looking forward to a left-arm spinner and at least a batter. Here we have right-arm medium pace. Either way, he's doing his job well.
Yeah, of course, Michael Clark, the former Australian captain. Direct hit needed. Yeah, everything there was in slow motion, wasn't it? The fielding, the throw, the running between the wickets. And now we have an opportunity for slow motion replay. Dietmar Anderson, the man with the glove, not out. Right, so just 5 runs from the over after all is said and done. It's been a decent over from Michael Clark. That's the length that they're after, but it's a lot of height and not enough distance. And this time it's pouched. Jordan Johnson with a little bit of flair at the end and a celebration. That's the way you do it, Kirk Mackenzie, is what he's saying. A wicket to end the over.
Yeah, all height and no distance. First one probably at the stumps. You can just see there upon contact he leans back, and a very good catch by Jordan Johnson and a bit of flair to end. Kevin Wickham has to walk back, never quite got going in this innings. Painstaking. 8 of 18 deliveries, 120 for 5.
No chance.
New batter, Sion Hackett, a man who is at home. He is from Trinidad and Tobago, representing the Pelicans, though. And we're at such a critical stage of the innings. Can they get to 145 or 150, which they might just be able to defend? No due to consider in this first match. And we've seen the Titans bat, Shakira. It's not their stronger suit. So what are they thinking? This is the fall of the last wicket. Maybe going a little bit too square. Hitting with the wind, but not enough power for any sort of assistance to take it over. Quite humid.
No, we between 4 leg.
This time of the year in Trinidad, so the inners being replaced quite regularly.
Not going to take any chance, Roy.
Right, what can Hackett do?
5 to come.
Not going to take any chance, Roy.
Yeah, Shakira, one thing that Ramal Lewis mentioned at the start of the tournament was that bowling was their strength. But upon winning the toss today, he decided that he wanted to chase because he wants to change things a little. Hasn't quite worked out batting first. The intent hasn't been there. An opportunity to chase. Do you see anything changing, knowing that you have that scoreboard pressure, or perhaps knowing the target score?
Catch it, Ram.
Yeah, another wicket falls. Good pressure from the Titans in this phase of the innings. And yet again, the international bounce.
Yeah, he loves his celebration. It's a good catch, though, from Andrew Rambaran in the deep. Had to run across to his right, not his favored side. And then quite, well, reasonably low. Yeah, the celebrations come out. We saw him escorting a batter earlier on. Captain goes for 10. And they've lost a couple of wickets quite quickly, 122 for 6.
Not going to take any chance, Roy. Just close out, bro. Just close out. He's not going to take any chance.
Joshua Bishop. Left-hand orthodox to left-hand orthodox.
Not going to take any chance.
This is usually the best phase of the innings for the Pelicans. Going at 9.23 before this game. But it's been good bowling. That's a good spell once again from Javor Royal. 2 for 15. Miserly and frugal from 4. 123 for 6.
No soaring for the Pelicans. The last 6 overs, just 29 runs scored and 3 wickets. Not getting an opportunity to take off. Michael Clark has been good in his 3 overs so far. 1 for 12. Can he finish off strongly? They still can't get the elevation they are searching for. There's been some power failure. And very good awareness from Bishop and Hackett. Saw the opportunity and seized it.
Yeah, sloppy from the Titans. You can't afford to make these mistakes, especially with a side that hasn't been scoring runs. But good awareness by Joshua Bishop and Sion Hackett. Yeah, right here. They are already settled for 1. Then they're aware. Yeah, good again from Michael Clark. I haven't forgotten your question. And you're wondering if perhaps there'll be a difference in the batting of these Titans. Know that they'll have to chase. And I suppose Ramal Lewis is hoping that with the score on the board, now his batters will know how to pace the innings. He'll think now it's a clear blueprint of what they need to do, having seen the side bat first. Of course, normally he felt as though they could defend any total, but the batters just have not given the bowlers anything to work with. So he's made a change in the decision as it relates to the order in which he'll do things, and he'll be hoping for a change in results.
This should be taken another wicket for Michael Clark. Really good bowling at the back end of the innings. Can't get the contact that he was searching for, Hackett.
Yeah, opting to go across the lane, trying to swing this one into the leg side. Despite the clear plan from Michael Clark to bowl wide. Easy enough catch for Leroy Lugg at short third. Sion Hackett cannot play a cameo today. Walks back for 1. 126 for 7.
Yeah, that tells the story. It has been a steady decline. Yeah, in the gap, over the boundary. First ball. What a way to get off the mark from Junior Sinclair.
Yeah, the clear difference here between St. Clair and the previous batters that fell is he hit this a lot straighter. This one well into the hitting arc, but he doesn't try to go square of the wicket. Hits it straight just to Longon's right. Good way to get going, St. Clair.
Yeah, a little bit of a discussion with the bowler and his mid-off fielder. It's the final delivery of his spell, so he wants to finish off strongly. Yeah, just perhaps wanted a change in field or just for clarity of thought. Just quietly, Shakira and viewers, good running between the wicket. Michael Clark has bowled a wonderful spell here. 2 for 23 from 4. He's nailed some of his Yorkers. 134 for 7, 19 gone. a wicket in each of the last 4 overs. And that has hampered the Pelicans, who were looking to finish off in a flurry. Can they get to 150, 16 from the final over? Michael Clarke on debut, the Australian Michael Clarke on test debut, scored a century at Bangalore. Michael Clarke on debut, the Jamaican, 2 wickets for 23 runs. Ryan Edwards with the last over. Good start, slower ball into the surface. This is intelligent.
Yeah, really good skills on display from Ryan Edwards. Into the surface, pace off, asking the right-handed batter to hit into the wing with 3 fielders in the deep leg side.
Connects it well enough. Captain, bowler, fielding team wouldn't mind this too much because that's the plan. Let him hit there. It's just that the batter was up for the challenge. Joshua Bishop nailed that one.
Yeah, a number of things working in Bishop's favor there. A little bit of predictability, and also he didn't get it high enough. That's why Bishop was able to make such good contact. Wow, almost didn't even an opportunity there though.
Yeah, a couple of senior players coming to Ryan Edwards, perhaps to offer some advice. This is where, as a bowler, you have to be able to think on your feet. Yeah, this is even better from Bishop. What a way to back up the previous 6, so he makes the adjustment in his length and his line, but it doesn't matter, nothing changes. 6 again.
Yeah, you suspect the advice was to go full and straight. It was the attempted Yorker, missed his length. Bishop up to the task, knowing he was going to change the plan after being struck for 6 the previous delivery. Yeah, he loves batting in this phase. Joshua Bishop got to 24 in that last game of 16. Now it's another cameo. This could be crucial.
It's amazing, isn't it, Shakira? Sometimes you see teams struggle through the middle phase, and struggle towards the back end, and still end up with a good score. It just shows the value of finishing well. This over 12 runs from just 3 deliveries. Yeah, and I was wondering with those teammates feeding him advice, how much does that affect what he wants to do, Ryan Edwards? What is his strength? What is he thinking? He goes over the wicket now. Yeah, fortune favors the brave. Another boundary, fortuitous, but it doesn't matter. 16 runs from the first 4 deliveries, 150 up for the Pelicans.
Yeah, certainly not where he intended for that to go, but you think over the wicket, short, 3rd in the circle, this deserves to be hit for a boundary either way. Just wonder about the clarity of the bowler now. Of course, Ryan Edwards, quite young in his T20 career, so much information coming in. He has to decide what his strongest delivery is at this phase of the innings.
Slow ball, back of the hand, slow ball, but it doesn't change much. There will be a boundary check, but this is brutal batting from Bishop. Yeah, Jordan Johnson just indicating 4. What an end, an exclamation point. Yeah, comfortably inside. 20 runs from the the last 4 deliveries, Shakira. This is exceptional end to what was otherwise a shaky end to the innings.
Yeah, impressive ball striking from Joshua Bishop, striking at 240. And he'll be hoping to finish this over and this innings in style. Now he's been able to help his team get to a respectable score. Yeah, just 2 wide again with the field set. Still has 3 deep in the leg side. Rion Edwards has to be trying to bowl at leg stump.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much advice being fed to him. Right, so the stat coming in, Shakira, 157, gets the Pelicans another batting bonus point. And they got one for the middle overs phase where they scored that 73 runs for 2 wickets. Can Bishop get them another crucial points? 4 will get them there, 3 will get them there. Yeah, what an end. That is where he should have been thinking for the entirety of the over. Instead, it's just a single to finish, but 21 runs coming from the final over. Exceptional end for the Pelicans, 155 for 7. Clark was good with his 4-over spell, 2 for 23. But it's momentum with the Pelicans. Joshua Bishop, 25 from just 11 deliveries. 2 4s and 2 6s for Bishop. That partnership, 29 from 8 to finish the innings off. The Royal was good too. They'll need that support, that bit of motivation and inspiration through the break. Allen, 38 from 30, started off well. Paris was looking really rhythmic for his 41 of 22, but it was at the end where Joshua Bishop flayed the bowling in the last over, taking 21 and taking his team up to 155 for 7. Partnerships of 58, Allen and Paris, and then that 29. But look at the right, the far right, from just 8 deliveries. It will require a good run chase from the Titans.
Yeah, generally the bowling was good for the Titans. Royal Miserly, as always, 2 for 15. Michael Clark on debut, he was outstanding, especially in the death phase, 2 for 23. Rambaran, good as well, 2 for 26. Redwood, 1 for 37. We have Joe Manning downstairs with one of the stars for the Pelicans.
Yeah, one of the stars indeed, Shaq Paris here with me. Shaq, a string of low scores coming into this one. How do you feel about your innings today?
Today it was the best innings out of the 4 games I've played. I've gained a lot more confidence, and going into the next couple of games, I just wish to do my best.
Yeah, you talk about that confidence. What were the plans coming in today in terms of your batting approach?
For me, it's just as simple as, just getting myself in and then batting the team deep to get a good score.
Yeah, coming into this one, you batted 3, 4, 5 back at 3. How do you feel about that position of being at 3?
Yeah, I know it was a bit of a roller coaster, but the coach believed in me, and I actually told the coach that I wanted to bat at 3, and it paid off.
Yeah, talking about paying off, there's a partnership as well out there in the middle that paid off for you guys, a partnership of 58 with Kadeem Allen. What was the discussions out there at that time?
Well, batting with Kadeem, he made it a lot easier for me due to the fact that he struck the ball a lot better, but I know he wasn't middling it, so I tell him that when he started middling it, the bowler's going to pay, and, it started to work out.
Yeah, they paid indeed. That total of 155 now. How do you feel about that as a first innings total?
Given the start we had, I think we probably left like 20 to 30 runs out there with the bat, but I back in my bowlers 100% to go out there and defend them.
Well, Shaq, hopefully that can go well for you guys in that innings.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, fluent knock from Shaq Paris today. 156. That's the magical figure for the Jamaica Titans. Remember, both these teams on a solitary win. This one could be crucial. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll bring you that run chase.
Another day of the West Indies Breakout League. We are into the weekend. The perfect way to start it is with us. Match number 9, the Titans, Pelicans. Two teams that need to win at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Yeah, it will be a disappointing reflection for the Pelicans because when Shakir Paris got out, they never seemed to be able to kick into that next gear. But Joshua Bishop's final over heroics could go a long way in winning this game. He said it was his best innings of the tournament, and by a long margin, Shakir Paris 41 off 22. That was the shot that may have got him going in the power play, a commitment to the pull, and then it was just class in terms of his gap finding, his boundary striking, and muscle, which he flexed.
Keep going, Mari. Keep going, Mari.
Positive partnership of 58, but the Titans bowlers did well to limit the Pelicans in the last 8 overs. No real partnerships of significance other than the 29 at the end, mainly because of Joshua Bishop, Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, it was brilliant ball striking from Bishop into the wind on this occasion, and just a really good base, still head position. He covered his stumps. And he waited really long on each delivery and timed it beautifully.
He may not be quick, but Michael Clark had an excellent day for the Titans. 2 for 23, bowling the tough overs. Rambaran with an impact, 2 overs in the power play. Got a few important wickets as well. And 2 for Javor Royal, who continues to have a solid season. Right, we've got a game on our hands, folks. Remember, these two teams situated close to the bottom of the table and need a win. 156 for the Titans to go up above a few teams. The Pelicans currently in 3rd, but the Infernos have a game in hand. And both teams will be hoping, one, to improve the wins, but also that net run rate. Bonus points key, remember. Umpires just making sure that the playing surface is adequate. Carlos, when you reflect on the first 20 from both the Jamaica and Barbados perspective, what stood out to you?
The discipline of the Jamaican bowlers, Royal and Rambaran in particular, and the unerring accuracy of Michael Clark. Very unassuming in his approach, short in stature, slingy action, doesn't seem to have much going on, but nailed his Yorkers. Whenever someone tried to counteract that, just often enough he'll change his pace, go wide. Then from a Barbados Pelicans standpoint, they almost went the other way from being over-attacking to maybe too defensive, but they got 150, 155, and they'll think that if they can just be a little bit more proactive in the middle phase, they can potentially add 15, 20 runs, which is a winning score on this pitch. So I think there's signs of improvement from both teams, and it sets us up nicely for our second innings that we hope, according to your prediction, takes us to the last ball and makes it a thriller.
Been told that Lenico Boucher's picked up an injury, usually dons the gloves for the Pelicans. Richards, who himself was injured in the last game, on the field as a substitute, is back, so that's positive to see. Yeah, I'm sure tonight, Friday night, 2 unbeaten teams battling. I'm sure we'll get a decent crowd in. I heard a few youngsters will be in as well. Look forward to that. Joshua Bishop's been good in the power play. Only the 1 wicket, but he's gone at just 5 runs and over in his 5 power play overs. A bit of R&R. I think that toe, which is visible for Boucher, is the one that may be injured.
What if that's the doing of Mr. Michael Clark?
Is His accuracy and his Yorkers certainly stood out. And now the Pelicans will be hoping to learn from the way that the Titans committed to that plan. Leroy Lugg got 30 a few days ago. Didn't have the most fluent of starts, but was able to make it out of the power play. He will be pivotal to support Kirk McKenzie, who arguably is the most important batter in this team. Two fielders outside the circle. Deep long on, deep mid-wicket.
We go, Bishy.
Naeem Young, Carlos, at the end of the last game said he was quite profound and quite strong in his words. He said we need to lose our egos. And he's lamented about the need for better fielding and fielding intensity.
Yeah, it's something that you can change as a team from game to game. You just need to be up for it, get into the fight. And as you mentioned in the last Barbados game, you can tell where a team is at by virtue of their intensity and intent in the field, how positive they are, how they bounce around, how they get the ball back to the keeper.
That is outstanding. Some way to open your account.
A century of sixes in the Breakout League. Clean from Kirk. Bang. Oh, love that. Absolutely love that.
I was waiting to see if he would take on. This is his matchup. Deep long on and plays no long off.
Get it.
Joshua Bishop has been one of the few spinners that's been able to turn the new ball. That made that shot even more special.
Massively got away with that.
Good take as well. It should have been, by virtue of how naughty delivery was, should have been 5 wides.
Just continuing the discussion about the intensity for the Pelicans, I even looked at their extras, Carlos. 15 extras in each of the 3 games. So you pair that with the misfields and overthrows. No wonder they've been finding it so hard to win games.
Yeah, and when you take those stats and you look at them, if it was them trying to bowl wide deliveries and as a result concede extras, you'd be okay with that. But it's some cricket that's inexplicable. 1 over gone, 9 without loss.
.56 to get. They'll want a good power play. Take pressure off of a middle order that hasn't fired in this tournament. Ramon Simmons back into the team today. His new ball bowling has been excellent. It's been outside the power play where he struggled. Interesting as well from the southern end. So Joel Manning talked about it earlier. It was the first time we've seen a left-arm seamer bowl from that end, and now we're seeing Simmons do the same.
Yeah, not sure. He hasn't been one of the left-arm seamers that's been swinging the ball back prodigiously. It's more seam movement, hitting off the seam and tucking the left-hander up, hitting off the seam and challenging the outside edge of the right-hander. So I wonder if that factored into the reason to bring him from this end.
Samuel Badger talked about that bit of green grass on a good length. I don't know if that could maybe be an encouragement. Seems like it's pretty consistent on both sides of the pitch.
Leg stump.
Change in field. Deep fine leg, deep backward square. Hasn't been the tournament that Leroy Love would have envisioned. It's not too late, but he's got a role today. When you think about 156, Carlos, and viewers, if he is able to make an impact just in the first 6 overs, the amount of pressure it takes off of Mackenzie, who we know is their most important batter, also as Jordan Johnson, who has to come in the middle overs we anticipate.
I think one thing the more expressive opening batters have struggled with is tempo. They haven't found the balance between attacking the power play but also respecting the need to keep wickets in hand, and it's a fine line. If it were better conditions or other places with smaller grounds where 200 and 210 is a power score, then you go hell for leather. In a 165 par, you have to find that balance.
$11 for none.
That's over. Take it. Work it up.
These top 3, Johnson in next, Michael Clark in today, so a bit more depth, and then they've got the power of Royal. 1 over for Joshua Bishop. Kadeem Aline, who bowled in the game against the Windward Islands with a wet ball. 1 for 34 in that game, is into the attack. Getting some shape with the wind coming from the east into the right-hander. The deep backward square and deep point. asking his two leg side fielders catching to go to their right. Zishan Motar is in a catching position, straight mid-wicket. Just over Naeem Young. You can understand the thinking and intention by Lug. Naeem Young may have hurt himself here. He's going off the field. Of course, he will have 4 important overs, but he's limping. Just want to check and make sure he did well enough. He's in pain. Upper hamstring. Yeah, he does well there. It's when he picks up the ball to throw it. You just want to make sure that he's not in contact. Yeah, looks okay. But his leadership has been astute in this tournament in terms of his field setting and his decision making. So will take some adapting. Believe it may be Joshua Bishop as vice captain now skippering on the field.
Walking wounded, the Pelicans. He's been swinging the ball into the right-hander prodigiously, Kadeem Ali. Wholly attack the left-hander. Yeah, young man with real talent, Kadeem Ali. Tall, strong, powerful. I think he has a little bit more to give with his bowling. But he's shown that he can play an important role with the new ball. Also has the skills to bowl in the back end. I think we're seeing the first signs of what can be an important all-rounder for future West Indies tours.
Hit straight. And he's executed it well, Mackenzie.
Good control from Mackenzie. Straight back past the bowler, as emphatic as they come.
Full again. This time Mackenzie not able to hit it down the ground. In celebration from Kadeem Ali, he's responded well.
Good commitment to the plan from Kadeem Ali. Was swinging the ball, put it up there, got driven back past him before, did it again, and was rewarded.
Shaker Dhawan-esque celebration. 18 for 1, Mackenzie goes for 12. Jordan Johnson got that 40 early in the tournament. First game for the Titans. Kadeem Ali going full again. I wonder with Mackenzie knowing his importance, Carlos, and knowing exactly what they're chasing today, if he'll be disappointed to be dismissed on the final ball of the over.
Yeah, final ball of the over. Ball after hitting for 4 through the field. Was the best option to try to go over, or could you try to go through the field again? And these are all options and situations that we want these young men to face here in the Breakout League, which prepares them for CPL on a bigger stage and more scrutiny. And he'll learn from that dismissal today, I'm sure.
Not the middle of the bat for Lug. But you can understand with the deep backward square what he's trying to do and where he's trying to place the ball. Still haven't seen Junior Sinclair as yet.
Yeah, I don't mind the commitment to the length at all. He's asking Lug to go into the wind. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square. Not sure if he'll get to fine leg. Q, obviously a top edge going straight to fine leg. Now that I've said it, but Simmons hasn't been getting that bounce.
He's got power and he's got a lot of muscle, Leroy Lug.
Lovely from Lug, filled with power, hit with disdain. Didn't even bother to walk down and knock gloves with his partner. Ready to go again.
His two deep fielders are deep backward square and deep fine leg, both on the leg side, which may put at the back of his mind short ball. I don't know if Simmons tried to bluff him by going full. You can see him trying to step away because there's no deep fielders offside.
Yeah, I wonder if the second deep fielder on that leg side could potentially be deep mid-wicket. We haven't seen Simmons get that bounce that some of the taller bowlers would get. So square leg can come a little further behind square. Deep mid can go short. Well, fine leg can come into short, fine leg, and protect that area. Now there is a change in field, not deep mid-wicket, but deep long on. So there isn't that bounce on off and you expect the ball to go in front. They've chosen long on as their fielder of choice to go back.
So Lug smacks it in front square. It's been a forceful start from the Kingstonian.
Yeah, this is dominant batting. Slapping the fast bowler in front of square. Forget in front of square. Over mid-wicket. And this goes back to the planning. You have to know what length you want to bowl, what line you want to bowl. If you're going to bowl straight, you have two men on the leg side. What length? If you're going to bowl full, send long on back. If you're going to bowl short, send deep mid back.
Yeah, I understand this. He went pace off, back of the hand store ball. He didn't execute, but he's trying to mix it up now, Simmons, given that he's under pressure. It's a day game, so there's no dew. It has to just be perspiration as to why that ball is slipping out. No ball wasn't called on field, just checking, and will be given. So more pressure now for Simmons in the power play with just two fielders outside the circle. Now has to deliver a free hit. And the field must remain the same. And still his deep square leg and deep long on. Will Lug back away, try to hit him through the offside, or continue to back himself going leg side, his strength. Wow, monstrous. This has been some ball striking. And this is the power we know Leroy Lug possesses.
Wow. Wow. Leroy Lugg. Is this his breakout innings?
His importance in when you're chasing for someone to maximize this power play. Now, all of a sudden, the asking rate is almost just 7 and over. They've now got a platform and a start, which they haven't had in any game this season.
Yeah, the challenge I see from the Barbados perspective with ball in hand, you started with fine leg and square leg, which tells me you're going length and straight or short and straight. You then adjusted to long on, which tells me you're going full and straight. But on each occasion, something different was bowled. Now, I don't mind the slow ball. As you said, it was an option. It was not well executed. That's fine. But what is your plan?
Deep fine leg is in place now.
Lugg has taken apart this over. Firstly, through the field, over it, accepting a gift, and then bang, downtown. Sensational stuff in this over from Leroy Lugg. Naim Young was led well on the field. Are they missing his leadership? No, he's off it.
What a fruitful over. 23 from the fourth, 41 for 1. Flying. Not the Pelicans, the Titans. And this was in the last over. After he was hit for the 6, Ramon Simmons then pushed his fine leg back again. Naim Young was clearly not happy. He's back on the field now. I've enjoyed the way he's even spoken after games, the honesty, transparency he's brought about with his team, asking for more. Kadeem Ali. The sound, all about the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Jordan Johnson's first ball of the innings. He's been inspired by Lugg.
Have a listen, folks. A Jordan Johnson jump start. And that short ball was a surprise. If you have a look, there's extra cover on the boundary as opposed to normal sweeper. So we're accustomed to seeing this man on the boundary to right a screen inside the circle and the one on the circle back. And that's because Jordan Johnson is proficient and prolific in that area. So come on, get it fuller. That's too full and that is dispatched. 2 bad balls back to back and punished.
What we're seeing is the importance of Leroy Lugg. The pressure off of Johnson. Now he can just be free. They're well ahead of the asking rate. Yeah, they're trying to force him to still go through extra cover. He's waited well there. That asking rate continues to plummet. The Pelicans are under pressure here, folks. There's still balls in the power play left, Carlos, but it's going to be integral for one of these two to push on outside of the first 6 overs. It happened in the game they won, but in the other 2 games that they've lost, their middle overs batting is what's let them down in a big way.
We even look at that last delivery. Jordan Johnson is advanced down the wicket. You already have 11 off the over. Tuck it into the leg side and get a single. If you get a gift, accept it. If not, get off strike. And that is where Kadeem Aline would have been hoping to bowl majority of his deliveries in this over with the field that he has set. And it's taken him 4 deliveries to find the length and line applicable to the field set, and he's been punished for it.
This will test and give us an indication of Johnson's thought process. They've got 11 in the over, 1 delivery to go. You're 52 for 1. Does he take another risk? Does he get out of the over? Plays it safe. 53 for 1.
Well, pretty much a must-win game for both of these sides when you think about it. Only 2 games left, or rather 1 game left after this one. They're looking for points and bonus points. Titans seem to be in prime position based on this start. Hello, ladies. How are you doing? Pleasure to have you taking in the action as we know it's a double header today. We expect quite a few more to come into the evening, especially with Trinidad and Tobago playing tonight. Oh, she's enjoying that.
What about if you nipped away from work early on a Friday to come and look at the crickets, and your boss has just seen you on the telly?
Oh, you've been a bit of trouble, but hey. I guess the best place to skip work is right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And you get a chance to see this young man, Junior Sinclair, in action. Could be a chance, just short. And short on effort as well by Kadeem Ali, you might think.
Yeah, I really can't describe what I just saw there. There was no commitment for the catch, nor to stop the ball. So he was perhaps caught in 2 minds there. And he seems to be defending quite strongly his position, or his disposition.
Close, yep, had it hit. It was lights out. And you talked about double-minded. Tracking in. You know what they say about a double-minded man, Badri. He's unstable in all his ways. Captain Naeem Young will not be happy with what he's seeing out there at the moment. This game is running away from them. They need a moment of magic. They need a moment of inspiration. They need somebody to stand up.
Keep going, Sinky. Ball on, Sinky, ball on, Sinky. What down, look. Keep going, Sinky, keep going, Sinky.
Yeah, let's have a look at the stats. Yep, you can clearly see the disparity between the blue and the green. Have you ever been a truant, Joel? Have you ever nipped away and gone to the cricket at the Kensington Oval when your friends were at school?
No, Samuel Badri. I've been always sitting at the front of class, taking in my education as I should, Badri. This time, maybe. He cups it, Kadeem Aline. Redemption, you would say.
Yeah, I just suspect that they might want to have another look at this one, given how close to the surface it was taken. But Love has just tugged that one to long on. And as you rightly mentioned, Joel, redemption for Kadeem Aline, is it? Yes, inches off the ground, the fingers under the ball. That is commitment. That is perhaps what he should have done earlier in the over. But he made the decision and he went for it, and that is the result. Sometimes you just never know. Go for the catch. If it goes for 4, then fine. Yeah, we'll need to confirm the legality of the delivery. All good there from Junior Sinclair. Eyes on the prize. Yeah, bucket hands from Kadeem Aline. Yeah, I'm happy with that one, but of course, I'm not the one in the chair. Yeah, they were desperate for this, the Pelicans. Confirmation, they are good innings though from Leroy Lugg. 27 of just 19, 58 for 2, and that's also the end of the power play, so falling on the final delivery.
In the side today and into the thick of things. BB, Brian Barnes out there in the middle now. Zishan Matara now gets his first goal in the attack. Left out in the night game, now back in the day game. Drew being a factor, no Drew today. Nice transfer of weight to get that too.
Yeah, a couple of things, Joel and viewers, with the wicket of that final delivery. Up until that point, the Jamaica Titans had secured a bonus point for their run rate in the power play. But you can only lose 1 wicket. Should be another couple. Yeah, so if you achieve a run rate of 8 or more in the power play, and you lose only 1 wicket or fewer, then you get that bonus point. So up until that point, they had the runs, they had the wicket, but then that wicket fell, so they've just lost a point that they had. And as we mentioned before, these bonus points will be critical when all is said and done.
Oh, wowzers, no. Doesn't cost them. Riveting. Oh, yep. That is riveting. A bit of the snores. Oh, yeah. Hello. Hey, yes. That's you right there. Seems if Naeem Young is down as well. Not with the snores, though, with a bit of an injury.
He's too young for that, isn't he? Almost a comedy of errors there. First, Naeem Young misfield it, and then Karim Aline misfield it. Yeah, this could be a big blow for the Pelicans, not only from a leadership standpoint, his bowling as well, but it was electric. This power play, very action-packed. Boundaries until he tried to repeat and fell Mackenzie, but then it was Lugalicious from Leroy Lugg. Smacked it all sides. This Jordan Johnson is some talent as well. Yeah, he's carrying something for sure. Naeem Young.
We go, man. Work on Z.
Joel, one thing the Pelicans must also bear in mind is that the Titans have the proclivity for a collapse.
I always like when you guys use big words, Badri. Proclivity. I can't get it out my mouth. Proclivity. When we come back, Badri, you must define that one for the viewers. Gets off the mark, Barnes. 7 gone, 64 for 2. That power play in green for the Titans, and it looked good up until that last wicket falling there. That wicket of Leroy Lugg. What does that do for the momentum as we head into this next phase of the innings? Picked up 1 in his first over, Sinclair. How do they navigate this particular phase, Samuel? They got off to a good start. What's the thinking? What should be the application here from them?
Yeah, they do have a cushion after that electric power play start, but they just can't afford to take that for granted.
Takes nothing for granted and takes no prisoners as well. Oh, JJ. Jordan Johnson.
Jubilation as well, another J. This is one of his strengths. We've spoken about it before. When he is on strike, Jordan Johnson, he's extremely strong through that area. He sort of reminds me of Sherfin Rutherford when he plays that shot over extra cover. And there's something to excite those who are in. And I quite suspect they'll stay on for the later game as well.
Nothing in that one.
Yeah, so Joel, to answer your question, I still want to see them being aggressive, even if it means with the running between the wickets during this phase, rotation of strike. And not let the game get too close down to the back end, because we saw them lose 7 wickets for 29 runs in an earlier game. So whilst they do have the ascendancy, they want to ensure that they maintain that and make it easier in the end.
Well, you wanted them to rotate the strike, and they've done that. And it's over 6 and a couple singles. You look at the first innings of the Pelicans, and things fell away from them that back end of the innings. No real momentum for them at any stage. Well, a bit of start-stop, but in the end, they get 11. 75 for 2.
Let me get there, sir. Let me get round, sir. Let me get round, sir.
West Indies women versus South Africa women. Oh yeah, that action is coming up in June, never too soon, at the 3Ws Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados.
Get it.
Oh, Samuel Badri, class is in session. The word is proclivity. What does it mean? Oh, there's a cooler, Samuel. You can bring that when West Indies women play South Africa women. Oh, you got to enjoy the water as well.
Keep going, Z. Keep going, Z.
Proclivity, Joel. There's this book that I was exposed to not too long ago. My younger daughter, she sat the SEA exam. That's the exit exam for primary schools here in Trinidad. Common entrance, it's called as well in some parts. And there's this book that she used, Banish Boring Words. So in other words, it exposes you to different words which means the same thing. So instead of saying tendency, he has the tendency to do it. Proclivity, it means tendency. He has the tendency to play that shot.
There's a question wondering, do you often read your daughter's books, Samuel Badri? You see what he's doing, Badri. That matchup, yes, favoring the left-hander. So naturally, you're seeing those googlies coming out, the ones that go the other way.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a short mid-wicket as well. So you don't want to necessarily turn it into the left-hander who can just flick it there for an easy single. So this is a good over, 4 dots. And this is what you want to come back into the game. Maybe a slip and play, though.
As a batter, you wonder in seeing this if you maybe preset for it, whether or not it's a case of taking a different guard. Quiet over, just a 2 in it. 77 for 2. A bit of balance being brought back to the contest. Worms are having a bit of a meeting. We wonder if it's with a cup of coffee. 79 needed from 66 balls for the Titans, and you would say that they're in a decent position.
Oh, sweet Sinks, sweet Sinks. Yours, Sinks. Keep going, Sinky. Surface works, Sinky. Surface works, Sinks. Surface works.
Yeah, huge shot from Junior Sinclair, clearly sliding down. But I like the line to Jordan Johnson. Because he is so strong offside, I want to see the bowlers tuck him up there to force him to sort of break his wrist in that short mid-wicket region.
Able to get the one. And a bit of pressure was building up there.
Keep going, bitch. Keep going, bitch.
On Johnson, you wondered if maybe it might produce a false shot.
Yes, I wouldn't mind if the off-spinner Junior Sinclair bowls over the wicket, particularly to Jordan Johnson, and start with that leg stump line and ask him to play the sweep if he can, or maybe give himself room if he wants to open up the offside, but just change the angle, particularly for Jordan Johnson. And it's something, Joel, that I think the role of the analyst comes in so greatly. We have analysts attached to all of these teams.
He was quiet for some time, Barnes. He knew something was coming. Not in control, but it gives him a boundary.
Yeah, flighted, slow from Junior Sinclair, but no slip in position. Yeah, that's the analyst there. I want to see in-game scenarios being sorted. He's alongside Avinash Sitaram, the senior West Indies analyst, but no slip, edge, and goes for 4. Yeah, that's Avinash Sitaram with the maroon polo. He's the senior team's analyst, and he's working closely with these Breakout League analysts to upskill them and to provide them with inspiration and knowledge. A single to end that over. Halfway stage of the innings. The Titans 83 for 2. And it's time for a drinks break.
$83 for 2 at the halfway stage. The Titans, at this stage, comfortable in pursuit out of 155, and it's because of their top three. Leroy Love with his heroics and power, but then carried on by Jordan Johnson, Shakira Salmon.
Yeah, tested with his short ball early, Jordan Johnson, and you just knew he was up for it from the way he took that on. But he loves the offside, Johnson. An opportunity there, went for 4, but this is his pet shot. 2 boundaries and 2 maximums already, and he'll be hoping to carry on and convert this into a 50 and see his team over the line.
Just the 1 over for Bishop because of the left-handed presence. Simmons was expensive in the power play. Sinclair picking up the wicket. Still no Naeem Young or Sion Hackett. But it's a position where the Pelicans were at this stage. They were 81 for 2. So not much separating the two teams. They will remember how the decrease of their scoring rate after the 12th over when Shakir Paris was dismissed. They only got 61 off the last 8. And how big and important could that have been, or could that be, when we reflect on this game? Motara's bowled well. His 3rd over on the trot.
We go, Z-Man. We go, Z-Man. Sweet. Keep going, boys. Keep going, Z. Keep going, Z.
Yeah, with the off-spin of Sinclair, Sally, we saw Ramal Lewis come in at 4 at times. They've got a number of left-handers. Barnes, Johnson, Rambaran, who could come in next, also left-handed.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
So I was wondering if Lewis would promote himself.
Keep going, Z, man. Keep going, Z. Surface. Get in there, babe.
It's been a struggle for Barnes, and it's been put down. Again, the fielding letting the Pelicans down for the 4th game in a row.
Yeah, Bishop the culprit again. We saw him put down one a few games ago that almost cost the Pelicans.
Good stuff, Z. We go, we do it.
Yeah, just didn't get in the catching zone, forgetting that ball was hit into the wind. He needed to come in faster.
Now all of a sudden, the asking rate is still only 7 and over, but you feel the more pressure. And Brian Barnes has got a job at the other end in his rotation of strike at least. You don't want Johnson to feel burdened and have to manipulate or manufacture something.
No.
He should be allowed to bat through the innings. If he's there in the 20th over, they'll feel like they've got a great chance to win the game.
Keep going, Z.
You're right with this asking rate. There's no need to panic. Just continue to rotate the strike. Plenty of gaps in the field.
Menacing again from Motara, 84 for 2. Neck and neck. Very tight at this stage. Jordan Johnson will be key as he's a young man with immense responsibility. And we'll see how mature he is based on these next 9 overs. Can he handle Junior Sinclair for his final over? Yeah, Sinclair and Motara only have 1 over after this, Sally. And I'm wondering if Naeem Young will think about Joshua Bishop. Reason being, Ashmead Ned was able to get the wicket of Johnson. And the reason this is important is because how often do we see left-handed batters feel the need to take on the matchup? You tend to shy away. Missing leg, Junior. You tend to shy away from going your left-arm spinner, Sally, but it can be a wicket-taking option sometimes.
Yeah, that one clearly missing leg again. And you're exactly right.
Keep going, Saints.
And
Keep going,
it takes me
Saints.
back to the point Samuel Badri was making about the importance of the analyst. The analyst would have noticed that he was dismissed from a left-arm spinner. And surely teams are watching other games and making plans, coming up with tactics.
Surface,
Certainly he would know, John Delaney, that Jordan Johnson struggled against Ashmi Ned.
And if you're Johnson, although the runs have dried up, you've got to be aware that this is Sinclair's final 2 deliveries. Motara's only got 1 over next left. So if you can just bide your time, there will be easier opportunities to score, you anticipate. Wickham can bowl a bit of off spin as well, if needed.
Yeah, it comes down to playing smart cricket. But I'm also looking for communication from the dugout to remind these youngsters. Remember, Jordan Johnson is only 20 years old. Brian Barnes, 19 in his first game in this competition. So you're looking for communication from the dugout, not just from the analysts, but also from the coaches to remind them there's time. We're still in the game. Just keep rotating the strike.
Yeah, the problem is Junior Sinclair has made so much noise in the lead up to this ball that he may not be believable. 87 for 2.
Yeah, it takes you back to the boy that cried wolf. He's appealed for everything convincingly. So then even if there was a nick there, you're not too sure if your umpire Carroll took it.
They were convinced, and Jamaica was not. And the runs have dried up. 10 runs in the last 18 deliveries, and it all began when Zishan Motara came into the attack.
We're going up, Z. I got the play shots now, Z. Oh!
That is a peach. After setting him up with the googly, then the one that comes back in. Success finally for Motara.
An absolute beauty. You can see that big gap between Bahan and Pad because he had been bowling that wrong end previously. Really good display of skill from the youngster Motara backing to the Pelicans side. And he maybe have made the difference. Barnes walks back for 12, 87 for 3.
Drought in terms of the runs in the last few overs. It's brought about a wicket and brought Andrew Rambaran to the crease. He's made an impact for his team and will want to do well for his family. Important role for him.
Oh, wow. Sweet, Z-Man. This is very good stuff, Z-Man. This is very good stuff, Z-Man. Thank you. Keep going, Z-Man. Keep going, Z-Man. This is very good stuff, Z. Very good stuff, Z. Yeah.
A slight change in the field. Fielder from sharp mid wicket goes to 45.
I'm surprised he's bringing that cover fielder square because of the extra cover strength.
Yes, Z-Man. Yes, Z-Man.
Yeah, the length has been key though. The length from Mortaro to Johnson, he hasn't gone full enough for him to hit him over cover. But look at that beauty. It spun the ball, you know. But this happened because he set him up. Googly for an extended period and then the leg break.
More overthrows for this Pelicans team. It's amazing though how you string together 3 or 4 good overs. All of a sudden you're back in charge of the game. The asking rate, which was once 6.5 runs and over, is now 9s, and it forces batters to take risks.
That's all right, Z-Man.
Ooh, you see from the next end, Sinclair's finished his 4. Does he go back to Bishop? There are 2 left-handers now in the middle. Maybe Kevin Wickham or Naeem Young. We haven't seen him or Hackett as yet. Very good from Watara. 1 for 15 and 4, 93 for 3. Couple of Titans fans in. Suspect that's the family of Andrew Rambaran representing. Right, with the 2 left-handers at the crease, he doesn't want to go back to Bishop Young. He's going to himself. He's bowled some important overs in this year's tournament. The captain. You just feel, Shakira, this has the feeling that it's going down to the wire. That will depend on 20-year-old Jordan Johnson. But this game is in a winnable position for both teams. 3 deep leg side.
Yeah, starts with the off cutter, Naeem Young. I think you can understand why he hasn't gone to Joshua Bishop from that southern end. Bishop probably will come from this end with the left-handers hitting into the breeze. A couple of the Legions fans in early, waiting for that next game.
Wow. The execution to hit that so early in your innings. It is hitting with the wind though. Good from Rambaran.
This one a lot shorter. Stood up in the surface and he hits that well in front of square. Almost like he set himself for another slower delivery. Good bravery though.
Appearance of Joshua Da Silva, who will be in action a bit later on today. Now Young under pressure. He started wanting to go maybe into the pitch and straight, but now forcing Rambaran to hit offside, which is into the wind. 100 up.
White ball.
And this is the extras you spoke about initially. 15 extras every game prior to this. The Pelicans Of course, I still maintain he don't mind that if he's trying to bowl wide. The issue, though, is there aren't so many runs to play with. Titans just requiring another 55.
Extra protection, deep third. Just saw that point stable there. It tells you the importance of this game, especially for the Titans. The position they are in now, they have got to convert this to a win. Only 5 games in the league phase, folks. The top team goes straight to the final. That's looking like the Legions. A win tonight probably guarantees it. But then 2 and 3 play in 1 game to make the final. Infernos have a game in hand. Guyana could still make some noise, and then there's these two.
Points are so crucial. Titans will be very disappointed they give up that extra bonus point at the end of the batting power play.
Taken this time. Naeem Young gets the wicket. How often does he come in and break partnerships? It's Johnson, another twist.
Yeah, not very smart batting from Jordan Johnson. It was key. He stayed here. 9 from the over already, and he tries to take on Naeem Young, completely outfoxed by another slower delivery. Safe catch for Kadeem Aline. Gets to start again, Johnson, but cannot carry on. Going for 34, 102 for 4.
Just 3 runs total in 3 innings for the captain. They need more. That's an understatement. Now Naeem Young has got to contend with the right-left combination. Starts with a wide, another extra. But Jordan Johnson, folks, was 30 off 16 balls at one stage. And then they starved him of boundary options, spread the field, and took pace off the ball.
Yeah, this shot was not required, though. Really wasn't required. Rambaran had already struck Naeem Young for a 6. He had a couple of ways, got a single. He needed to be there very close to the end, at the very least.
Especially given the power that they have still to come. Sally, you think about Royal, who we've seen with his 6-hitting prowess. Dietmar Anderson also has hit a few boundaries this season. You've got to give them a chance. Michael Clark as well, the seam bowling all-rounder who is known for his batting ability. These next 2 or 3 overs will be key. 106 for 4.
Bitch, I can take it, you know. This man ain't plan for this, bitch. I can take it. Work, big man. Manny, match performance is yours, brother. Manny, match performance is yours. Bowling change, left arm wrong.
Just 13 runs since the 10th over.
This fella.
Credit to the Pelicans, who have been able to stifle this Titans team. Trini's coming in. They play later tonight against the Leeward Islands. It's a game you must see. And here's Joshua Bishop from this northern end. Under edge, always unfortunate and tough for a keeper.
Yeah, poor running. Should have been 3 runs. Yeah, just pulling away from the shot. Ramal Lewis. Hanks not being able to make the contact.
The innings has very similar feel to when the Pelicans batted. They started well, runs were flowing. Then when they hit the 9th over, when Motara bowled his second, the runs just completely dried up.
Got it.
Now, has Bishop done well enough there? He's very confident. He thinks he's got him. Could be the second consecutive run out for Andrew Rambaran. He was run out in the last game. He's nowhere close. The Titans not helping themselves at all. By a mile. Good work from Hackett to get it in quickly. Rambaran gone for 12, 109 for 5.
Work on base,
Dietmar Anderson from the Jamaica Defense Force.
Yes, bitch. Ball it, Bishop. Ball it, Bishop. This is very good stuff, bitch. This is very, very good stuff, bitch.
You'll be keeping a closer eye on that strike rate, above 100.
Get it. You want to?
They need 46. Or maybe, no, that looks out as well. What are they thinking? This could be close, folks.
Yeah, not in the picture. Ramal Lewis. Oh, no, but a mistake by Demetrius Richards. Remember, Richards is donning the gloves because the Nico Boucher is hurt. Allows Lewis to get home. Should have been simple. And then not out. 110 for 5 at the end of 15.
Yeah. Next stump. That's middle. Yeah, that is middle. Coming over to you.
We're into the final 30 of this one. Could have been 111 for 6. Instead it's 112 for 5. Gone by a country mile had he grappled this one. Oh. Captain gets a life. Carlos Brathwaite alongside of me. Who do you favour in this position, Carlos? We know who you said at the toss and a little pre-show this morning, but who do you favour in this position?
I think overgo would have probably been Jamaica outright. Still think Jamaica holds all the aces. 43 from 27, 28, 5 wickets in hand. You should be backing the batting team.
Well, he's backing himself. What has Kadeem Alim done again? It's been a complete mixed bag today from him in the field.
Yeah, good striking. Should have been 1, maybe 2. Once again, poor effort on the field. The captain understands he's part of the fielding display as well. All in all, it's been a shoddy, shabby set of cricket in the field, as it has been all tournament for the Pelicans.
They've got 99 problems, and fielding is 92 of them. Enough on that, enough on that.
Good impetus by Dietmar Anderson. He really felt that. Bang! A little bit of extra flair and flavour at the end of it.
For those at home, when Carlos says bang, does it, you know, like vibrate the chest? There's a lot of vibrato behind it. Vibrato is the word, Carlos. Vibrato.
My dictionary is still downloading that word, Joel.
Pace off, and they get one. It's turning into a very good over. 13 from it. 1, 2, 4 for 5. Well, Nikhil said this is going down to the wire. And we're pretty much at the wire, you would say. 32 needed from 24 now. Carlos is favoring the Titans. Yeah, where's that comparison? Where's that blue? Head is just above. A very important over here. Go back to home, buddy. There's no 2 in that one. Discussions happening.
Keep going, Bish.
Nikita Miller, Jerome Taylor, think tank of these Titans. Once Titans in their day. You think this is a very important over here from Bishop? If they can squeeze out maybe 7, 8 from it without losing a wicket. Yes, he's still got 1 left after this, but you think about how deep they're able to take it.
Yeah, saw a little bit of flight on that one from Bishop. I think he's going to attack the right-hander. Asks from Lewis to try to tug him against potential turn.
That's it.
Dietmar is excited to get down at the other end.
He's really brought some energy. 13 off 6. He's brought some success as well, some runs, some momentum.
This time he finds the hands of Matara. Important over. The Bishop gets one.
Good planning. Joshua Bishop attacking the right-hander. It's not his best delivery, but he's took the pace off. He's asked him to hit into the wind. And Ramal Lewis has only found point. He's now lecturing Anderson on how to bring the game home when he himself could not. The score is 1-2-7 for 60 Titans.
The pad still there on Kirk McKenzie and Jordan Johnson.
Keep going, Bish. Keep going, Bish.
He will be important. Javor Royal. Can he bring some calm to this storm? 17 gone, 128 for 6. This is what is coming up later. A thunderstorm will meet the Legions, the unbeaten sides in this tournament. Trinidad and Tobago Legions having played 3, Thunder having played 2, and both sit comfortably at the top of the table. Fortunate there. Simmons left or right a little further to the right, and it was a guaranteed boundary.
Yeah, want to see the Titans play this. Left-hand, right-hander, 3 overs left, 17 balls to be exact. You have a left-handed Dietmar Anderson now hitting with the wind. Seems to be a wide plan, as you can see on our screen. Deep point, deep cover. Square leg is in the circle to the left-hander. Does he attack this over and try to put some pressure on Ramon Simmons and make it easier, or does he take it deep?
Well bowled from Simmons. You think that maybe this could be the over that they're targeting? Just inside that wide line. That is execution at its finest. He's got 4 more deliveries in this one. Again, 2 for 2 Simmons.
Clinical from Simmons so far. Set his field, has bowled to it so far. Back-to-back dots on the wide line. Now Dietmar Anderson is batting, it looks like middle and leg potentially. You know the plan. How do you counteract it? Even when he advanced, just know he advanced outside the line of the ball. He's now moved over to off stump.
Another swing, another miss. It's a good thing it's not baseball. 3 swipes and you're out.
Better be open for at least 1 home run, Joel. It's imperative that they get some boundaries, but it's so important in this phase of the game to get bat on ball. You need boundaries, yes, but dot balls put you under so much more pressure. You play a good, strong shot all along the ground, you can still get a boundary. That transfers pressure onto the bowler. At this point, it's all or nothing for Anderson.
He's giving it all, but he's getting nothing. Single, dot, 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 dot. We talked about how important over this is. Pressure is building. A lot going on in the mind of Anderson. Can he at least get bat onto this though? Hope it's not a single though.
Gamesmanship. Can Javor Royal get down to him and just break the rhythm? No, he won't. Last ball.
Brilliant over. 129 for 6. Just 1 run in that 18th over because of that. Now 27 needed from 12. It was 28 from 18. How much did that over matter in this contest? The captain is back for the 19th, the penultimate over of the innings. They need a big one, the Titans. Royal. Into space, need to get 2. That last over, Carlos, how special was it?
Immaculate execution. The line is so important. You would think he slightly missed on that occasion, but then back straight on it. That's brilliant.
Royal changed his guard before that delivery and started just outside that off stump. Naeem went even wider.
You can see heel on off stump. It's always a game of cat and mouse. He didn't move, but he started outside the off stump. So how much, if any, does the line move for the white ball?
We go back to execution at this stage. Pace off from Naeem Young. What are you setting yourself for here, Carlos, as the batter?
Well, you're walking across or starting across to ensure you cut the angle down between the wide line and your hitting arc. But you still have to be reactive to what is delivered, whether it's pace on or off, short or full.
Losing shape. Missing everything. It's been some time since we've seen bat on ball, Carlos.
Yeah, we've all been there. He's tried to smash that to Tobago, and he forgot to look at it until he made contact. The most important thing in batsmanship is watching the ball onto the bat, and sometimes the situation, the intent to score, you forget the basics.
This time bat on it. And it's put down again. And they just get 1. Oh, he's had butter in the hands today, Bishop.
Yeah, there was no confidence running toward that. Definitely remembering his fielding performance so far. Generally known as a safe fielder, which is why he's in the hot spots. But he's not had a good tournament at all. And this is the stage of the game where your mind gets in the way of your skills sometimes. How can they, with ball or bat on the field, stay mentally aware, keep a clear mind?
Good sound, great result as well. Oh, Anderson, he got a hold of that.
Think about it. If that catch was taken, the new batter will be on strike. He's absolutely creamed this. Flat and far. The man on the boundary had no chance.
Needs to go big here. 6 means they have 11 needed from 6. 4, they would maybe still take that 13 from 6. Change of angle for Young. Goes around the wicket. Straight back. And they get 1. We head to the final 6. And they'll need 16 from it. 140 for 6.
Come on, boys. Let me go, man. Let me go, man. Stand it off. Stand it off. Let me go.
Final over. 16 needed from 6. Hello, Carlos.
We are at the edge. In fact, we're off our seats for this final over.
Makes connection, gets a single. You would still think good result for the Pelicans. 15 from 5. Buckle up. But don't look away. Who's going to win this game here today?
That single is interesting because it was at the left-handed Anderson that Simmons bowled a fantastic 5-dot deliveries in his previous over from this end. He's only bowled 1 ball to Royal. It was on the pads, should have been put away, and was a leg by. So really keep that plan of going full and straight. Really try to mix it up. Go into the wicket and force him to hit in the wind. We just saw in the wind from Anderson. Went miles. What is the planning? What is the execution? This is a massive ball in the contest.
Runs for Javor Royal. Runs for the Titans. They are still in this contest. Make that 11 now needed from 4.
Predicted the plan, full and straight, and it's straight back past him with a plump.
Where are you thinking?
Well, field has been changed. The point is back. Square leg is in. That tells me it has to be wide.
Well, you said wide, and he's gone a bit too wide. Oh, bite your fingernails, folks. It's now 10 from 4.
But it's Brathwaite versus Royal again. Remember how round 1 ended with Royal walking him off. He's just a cheerleader at this point in time. Royal with batting hand. Simmons.
Miss hit. May they question the height of this one. Oh, your eyes are on the guys in orange. Are they going to ask a question? This could be a very big moment in this game. Oh, look at the height. And if it's a no ball, you wonder if it's good night. Oh, tight. You look at it and say that the umpire might say that it's good. Yeah, it is.
At this point in time, you take all the time you need. There's no time restriction once the last over is finished. It's all about gathering your composure, take a deep breath at the top of your mark, make a plan, stick to that plan, and execute.
He executes. Do they come back for two? They need to. They come back. Royal gets there. You wonder, could he have gone to the shorter end, that bowler's end maybe?
Yeah, for some reason, fielders always go to the keeper. It's a much shorter point. The mindset is that the non-striker probably had a chance, a head start. And you try to catch out the striker at the other end, the striker's end, but it's always easier and shorter to just throw to the bowler.
Wow, this game is alive. Jafar. Oh, wowzers. 4 now from 1.
How's your nerve? How's your nerve? Royal intent. Regal stroke play. 4 off 1.
Hang on, folks. The only ball that matters is here and now. Jafar Royal, have you done it? No, you have not. On the boundary, on the line. It has gone from Titans to Titanic because they've sunk at the final ball. Pelicans on their knees, they've managed to hang on.
What a game of cricket we've witnessed. Ebbs, flows. Both teams trying the best to win it, at times trying the best to lose it. But the Barbados Pelicans, courtesy of 2 sensational overs from Ramon Simmons on the back end, are victors by 3 runs. This is the last delivery, missed his length, good contact from Royal, not good enough. And Kadeem Aline, regardless of his day, when it mattered, he took the catch. And Simmons, that is relief. That is the epitome of relief. Success for the Pelicans.
His heart was racing there, Ramon Simmons. Maybe it wasn't the delivery that he wanted to come out of his hand, but it's the one that did the job for them. His heart rate will take some time to come down. They've managed to hang on, the Pelicans, and you say that in the face of not managing to hang on to many of their catches today. What a match it has turned out to be. Down to the last ball of this one, Jamaica Titans 152 for 7 in the end. Jafar Royal gave it his all. That 15, a very important 15. But the most important delivery that he had, he couldn't clear that boundary. Runs for Lug at the top. Johnson as well got 34. 12 and 12 for Rambaran, but in the end, it didn't add up to be enough. Partnerships for them, but you look at that middle phase, that partnership between Barnes and Johnson, you think that maybe it could have been a bit quicker between them, and you don't want to blame that as the reason, but yeah, you look at important phases of the game.
Matara and Sinclair, sensational. A real triangle job in the middle. Only 2 wickets between them, but an impressive economy rate. And then Ramon Simmons, 1 run in the 18th over, and then finishing the game off in the final over with a wicket off the final delivery.
Samuel Badri is down there. Let's see who he's got with him.
A man with a very famous cricketer named Michael Clark joins me. Michael, not the result that you guys wanted. Your immediate reflections on this result?
Well, to be honest, it was a very fair game. We thought we had it in our hands, but unfortunately it didn't go away today and come back stronger the next game.
Your first game in the tournament, decent returns, 2 for 23 from 4 overs. Tell us a little bit about your personal game and how that went for you.
Well, it was pretty simple. The captain gave me a plan, let the guys hit in the breeze and stick to the plan, and it worked out for the team and for myself.
You were able to execute towards the back end, as you mentioned, having that clear plan. You bowled quite a few Yorkers. There's always a fine line, a fine margin of error if you miss those Yorkers. Tell us about the thought process when you were looking to nail those Yorkers.
Well, I back my ability, and I train a lot, and I train really hard. So practice Yorkers and most stuff that you do in bowling, and I just back myself to come out there and nail the Yorkers, and worked out for me.
Your first game, how do you feel having now played for the first time for the Titans?
To be honest, first over bowl was a bit chills, you know, the chills.
Yes.
Leg was weak, but I just stick to the plan and came out well, so thank God.
Well bowled today, and we hope to see you for the remaining games.
All right, thank you.
A good day for Michael Clark, but not a good result for the Titans. 155 for 7. The Pelicans 152 for 7. Pelicans, they won by 3 runs. We take a break here, and when we come back, it's going to be time for the presentation.